serve important functions in our city, and today we can expect to hear about executive management, recruitment and talent acquisition, employee benefits, operational goals, and district budget oversight, of course, amongst others. We want to ensure that district residents are getting access to the programs and opportunities that will allow them to meet their needs for quality living. These are the primary reasons for today's hearing. We will proceed with today's hearing in the following order. First, we will hear from the City Administrator, Kevin Donahue, and his team. And following the government testimony, we will recess until 1:30 p.m., when we will reconvene to hear from the panels of public witnesses on the services of the Office of the City Administrator and the Department of Human Resources. And then finally, we will hear from Director Charles Hall and his staff of the Department of Human Resources. Now I'll recognize if I have any colleagues. Okay, no colleagues have joined us at this time. Isn't that amazing? So I want to thank you all for being assembled here today, and thank you, Dr. Hewitt, for being here as well. And I'm sure you'll tell us if you won another award. Remember last year you won an award, so let us know. Thank you very much. We'll now turn to City Administrator Kevin Donahue and his team for testimony, and I will quickly review the role. As everyone knows, the City Administrator is responsible for the day-to-day management of the district government, setting operational goals and implementing the legislative actions and policy decisions of the mayor and the council. The city administrator receives an annual performance plan from each of the operating agencies, and the city administrator prepares the district's annual operating budget and provides direction to all agencies to ensure they're meeting the needs of the district residents. He does not do this alone. He has a very able team that works with him, and some have joined us. For those who are not able to see, we have a breadth of individuals who work across the agencies to help us pull together the another balanced budget. I think this will be number 30, if I'm not mistaken. So you at home can applaud that. We balance our budgets in the District of Columbia, contrary to what we may be hearing about our federal officers at this time. The city administrator reports directly to the mayor and has direct oversight over all executive reporting agencies. Primarily, the city administrator manages the government by overseeing the work performed within the deputy mayor clusters and the deputy city administrative structures. We'll now hear from Mr. Donahue, and I'll swear you and your team in. If you raise your right hand, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members and staff of the Committee on the Executive Administration and Labor. I am Kevin Donahue. I have the honor of serving as the City Administrator. I'm here today to discuss the performance of the Office of the City Administrator during fiscal years 2024 and 2025. And I'm joined today at the table by Jenny Reed, the Director of the Office of Budget and Performance Management, and Christopher Rodriguez, the Assistant City Administrator. The Office of the City Administrator serves as the central hub of district government operations. We prepare and manage the district's budget, which means we monitor agency budgets throughout the year, try to predict costs the district will see in the coming years, and secure funds from the federal government and evaluate whether programs are effectively using budgeted funds. We work closely with agencies to set operational goals and implement legislative actions. My office also monitors federal changes affecting the district to address anticipated impacts and represent the interests of district residents. The OCA is also the hub for coordination for several critical priorities, including reviewing programs to align them with the new realities of revenues and analyzing programs for effectiveness. As last week's revenue estimates report, we will have a difficult year with our budget in the upcoming formulation for FY26, which will be incredibly challenging and will require reductions to programs that cost the entire district government. Now I'll discuss each component of my office. I'll start with the Office of Budget Management, Budget Performance Management, and the lab at DC, which is led by Jenny Reed. This team leverages data, innovation, and strategic planning to guide the district investments. OBPM, as we call it, formulates the budget and tracks agency performance throughout regular performance meetings where each agency's key metrics and indicators are reviewed and discussed. Every year, the budget team develops and transmits to the council a balanced budget and financial plan, as well as a balanced capital improvements plan. Although next year's budget will be the most difficult one of my years of district government service, we'll transmit to the council a balanced budget in early April. The performance team works with agencies and deputy mayors to develop specific initiatives that achieve progress towards meeting the mayor's goals and agency objectives. The team also leads meetings to address important issues facing the district by using data-driven, collaborative approach. In FY24, the OCA performance team held 18 meetings, we call them CAPSTATs, resulting in actionable recommendations to improve programs and services. The final part of this office is the lab at DC, which works to ensure that district policy decisions are informed by the best evidence from research and resident input. I want to highlight one specific project from last year as an example of this office's work. In FY24, the lab partnered with the Office of the State Superintendent for Education, the Department of Human Services, and the Office of Planning to support the district's launch of Sunbucks, a new program that distributed approximately $7 million in summer food benefits to 58,000 low-income students. The lab designed the forms that residents use to apply for Sunbucks, gather resident feedback and data to improve the application process. They also created the data systems to process applications efficiently and accurately, making it easy for residents to access Sunbucks benefits, including 45,000 students who were pre-approved and never even had to complete an application to receive the benefits. Next is the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, we call OGVP, which provides whole-of-government approach to addressing gun violence using public health tools. OGVP provides grant funding to our residents and community-based organizations to help them break the cycles of violence and address the needs they see in their communities. OGVP provides the funding, follow-up support, and educational resources for grant recipients. In FY24 and so far in FY25, this office has awarded 127 grants totaling $1.3 million to 86 organizations and members and organizations operating in the district. Next is our Office of Racial Equity. The Office of Racial Equity's objectives are to make government policies and processes more inclusive and to eliminate racial disparities in opportunities, well-being, and access to resources in the district. ORE, as we call it, provides leadership, guidance, and technical assistance, promotes strategic alignment and coordination, and strengthens external partnerships. In FY24 and so far in FY25, ORE has trained more than 1,900 agency managers and supervisors as well. Next is our government operations team, which is led by the Assistant City Administrator, joined at the table with me today, Chris Rodriguez, which we refer to as GovOps. They empower its cluster agencies to focus on the efficient delivery of programs and services for employees, residents, businesses, and visitors. In this cluster includes oversight over a number of agencies, some of which are overseen by this committee on the council, which is our Department of General Services, Human Resources, Contracting and Procurement, our Office of the Chief Technology Officer, Office of Risk Management, Labor Relations, Disability Rights, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. The GovOps team is working on streamlining the district's procurement and hiring processes, as well as leading our efforts at using artificial intelligence in the workplace. And finally, I'll talk about a team that we call the Sustainable Urban Infrastructure Team. They focus on sustainable transportation, sanitation, energy, and the environment by coordinating interagency activities, monitoring the completion of assigned tasks, and improving service delivery through the continuous process evaluation of some of our key services. The team was created after the dissolution of the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure and includes the following agencies that it provides oversight and coordination for. DPW, or Department of Public Works, Department of Transportation, our Department of Energy and the Environment, our Vision Zero office, and the Highway Safety Office. The team is spearheading the mayor's initiative to keep the city clean, where multiple agencies are helping to clean up and maintain corridors along key commercial routes like Georgia Avenue, New York Avenue, South Capitol Street, and some of our major highways and tunnels. The team also coordinates with the National Park Service on graffiti abatement on bridges and overpasses, particularly those along Rock Creek Park and those entering the district. As we look ahead, we know we are facing great uncertainty around federal funding, a significantly downsized federal workforce, likely reductions in federal building inventory, and turbulent regional and national economic trends. We know that in the near term, the district government program costs will continue to increase at a faster pace than our revenues, even as we prioritize investments in growing the local economy. I can assure you that the Bowser administration remains focused on maximizing the impact of every single taxpayer dollar that is spent and maintaining high levels of service delivery for our residents. I want to thank all the folks on my team who helped put my binder together to answer your questions. I want to thank you for the chance to be here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony. I do have a few questions, and as usual, I'd like to just start with your testimony in particular. You mentioned on, I guess, your second page, the performance teamwork, and you mentioned 18 CAPSTAT meetings that have been held during 2024. Have you held any thus far in 2025?
We have. Once we get to this, in the first quarter of each year, typically our CAPSTATs are really focused on the issues that are going to be particularly pertinent in our budget formulation.
Okay.
So we have discussions about energy costs and policies and practices around energy. We have CAPSTATs around our capital budget, and particularly capital projects that have not moved forward according to the schedule in our CIP, our capital improvement plan, and understand what some of the root causes are for the projects and whether they need to be changed in our existing capital plan that we would put forward with this formulation. So then typically when we move out of budget season, we move into operational and implementation. Another area that we've had a CAPSTAT on this quarter is our 911 operation, and understanding what the needs of that office are, particularly as it pertains to both policy and budget formulation in order to have an appropriate level of call takers and dispatchers to be able to pick up phones and dispatch in a timely manner.
All right, well, thank you. I was going to follow up and ask you to name 3 of the outstanding issues that have prevailed during those meetings, and you've already given me that list.
And I'll add one more to the list that's pertinent, which is fleet procurement, which is both the policies that we have in place for what fleets we procure. In other words, trying to move towards zero emission vehicles, understanding the limitations of those, as well as the timeliness of making fleet procurement. So particularly our large vehicles, our fire apparatus, that there's typically a national demand on few suppliers for. From a procurement and design standpoint, when we see any delays in fleet procurement, we had a CAPSTAT to understand why.
All right. I wanted to ask when do you look at the data that informs about that documents nonprofit potential tax that could come to the city if they were not nonprofits?
I'll speak generally. We do look at tax policy each budget cycle.
Yeah.
It is an option the city has and the council has when you have the budget to be able to balance the budget or make additional investments. So looking at the idea of a tax or fee in lieu of taxes for institutions that are large, that are nonprofits, is something that we look at when we do formulation that actually typically comes towards the end of formulation, which for end of formulation for us is the month of March. We're in it now. When we have an understanding of a clear understanding of the trade-offs the city has to make to be able to balance the budget without any additional revenue, we look at what the fee and tax policy options are that we have.
All right, I think that's kind of important this year. I was recalling the most recent document we received from the CFO's office. And so I was trying to zero in on one particular section of it and just wondered if we do look at it and what does it mean? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw numbers like more than $30 million that is accumulated in those documents easily. And so I was just wondering, thinking about how the pain is across our community.
Yes, and just to add, council members, so as the city administrator said, we look at, tax and revenue policy throughout the year, particularly as it's tied to formulation, and that includes both who is paying and who's not paying and how much they're paying, and that is factored into our discussions on how we present a balanced budget. And I think the TIFs and pilots that you're speaking of right now are not attached to nonprofits. They're mostly to developments throughout the
They
city.
are.
Mhm.
They are, and some of the developments are, well, at least the indication is that they are developments sponsored by nonprofits. So that's what I was
Okay.
really thinking about in particular. So thank you for that. What data was used for? Firstly, let me say I love hearing about sunbucks, and I believe that the young folk are probably very excited about that because it's got bucks in it, and that's what I remember fourth and fifth graders coming down, and the thing that they were most interested in is learning how they could get bucks in their pockets. So I know that young people prefer to have discussions about bucks. So I wanted to know what data was used in order to pre-approve 45,000 of the students.
So that would be eligibility data for a variety of programs. So the Sunbucks program is available to students that meet certain income requirements. And we know through enrollment in a variety of other programs who is eligible. So we were able to utilize that data to sort of pre-approve, right, students, so they didn't have to go through the process of signing up.
All right. Now, would that be students perhaps that I think they still refer to it as the free lunch program, or I'm just trying to understand it. We always talk about eligibility, and we have so many different programs throughout the community, and it would be really great to just know what terminology do we use.
Right. So there's a variety of ways that you can qualify for Sunbucks. So free and reduced price lunch would be one of the eligible areas. But we do also have some schools that, because of the number of students that they have who are eligible, they basically allow the entire school to participate in free and reduced price lunch. So we have to look at a number of different data points to make sure that we're capturing those students who are eligible based on income.
All right, I appreciate that. And I am familiar with some of what you're talking about. I've been talking with teachers and they have said things like, I said, well, we have to really limit what we are able to do to those students that are low income, those students that are on entitlements. And the teachers have said, well, 78% of my school is in that category. So I understand what you're saying. Thank you very much for that. And I hope that the public is embracing all of this and will know that, if your student is in one of these situations, I would encourage them to do Sunbucks.
Yes, and the program is going to be available again this summer. So folks can check out, go to the website of the Department of Human Services, and they can look to see if they're eligible and how to sign up.
All right, excellent. With no stipulation that you can be only with Sunbucks if you're not with the summer employment program. In other words, you can have Sunbucks no matter what else you're doing.
That's correct. The
Okay.
qualifications for Sunbucks does not connect to their involvement or enrollment in SYP.
Thank you, thank you. Um, Under the Office of Racial Equity, it was indicated that more than 1,900 agency managers and supervisors participated in the training FY '24 and thus far through '25. Do we have what is the total count of agency managers that we have throughout the government?
You know, the Office of Racial Equity, and Dr. Amber Hugh has joined us at the table.
Yes.
It typically hovers just under 4,000 managers. And having had experience of myself over the years, having mandatory training programs, it is mandatory, but often the kind of take-up rate that ORE's training has is typically indicative of genuine interest in taking it. In other words, managers who have requirements, they were able to get quick interest. They were able to cover the majority of actively filled manager positions in a pretty short turnaround time. And I'll have Dr. Hewitt sort of go into a little bit more detail of what is involved in that training.
Good morning,
Good
Councilmember
morning.
Bonds. Thank you for the question. As the city administrator said, we've been very successful in our racial equity training program. We've expanded our training offerings over the most recent fiscal year. So in addition to our live training that's virtual twice a month, that's our foundational training where we talk about the historical context of racial inequity in DC. We provide managers and staff opportunities to be introduced to our racial equity tools. We've also designed in-person trainings where staff are working with our training facilitator to learn how to engage with residents from a cultural humility standpoint.
Thank you very much for that. And I think it's very important, the work that you are doing or that our government does in trying to help us to grasp all of the different cultures that we have in the city. I remember, and this is years ago, when I was in private sector, the company I was working with had I think 26 different nationalities were represented there. And that was a small company. So I can imagine what it must be like today, now 10, 15 years later, as to what we're seeing. Do we have any indication as to what our population is like? I know it's growing, but are we growing with more, I'll say, a more culturally diverse base, or is it one area growing more than the others?
So we have maintained cultural diversity when it comes to our demographics in DC. I don't have our demographic breakdown right now, but one thing we try to do in our training and our program is to make sure that we're providing historical context that reflects the rich diversity of DC, also reflecting the importance of how Black Washingtonians have shaped the district and the capital region.
Yes, thank you.
If I could just add on to one thing that Dr. Hewitt mentioned, the last census report, the area that had grown the largest were individuals who had multiple racial identifications. So just to demonstrate sort of the racial and ethnic diversity of the city, that was the area that grew pretty substantially from the prior census. You asked me a question earlier about managers. I have a more precise answer for you, given the benefit of just a minute there. So there's about 2,600 active MSS employees. So it's a number of, there are more positions, but that's the number of active employees. In FY '24, the Office of Racial Equity trained about 1,550 of them. So about 60% of managers have had the benefit of going through the training.
Yes.
And I said, these are often live trainings. They take time away from busy managers. So in my experience, typically that quick take-up rate is an indication of genuine interest, not just individuals who are complying. Typically, if it's just about compliance, to see it a slow take-up and then a large number of people taking a requirement right before deadline. We saw a lot of genuine interest early, and we have sustained interest in those trainings.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that information. You mentioned that the deputy mayor operations infrastructure has been dissolved, and now we're still able to keep the city clean through. So how is this spearheading being done, and who's involved in it? And is the involvement also leading us to, of course, the big issue that's been in the news, and that is homeless encampments being cleaned? Is this the spearheading that you're speaking of?
No, actually, so I'll thank you. I'll talk about them most
Okay.
separately because they're distinct efforts. I'll actually start with the homeless encampment. So dating back many years, as long as I've been city administrator, which is going on 5 years now, the city has always had a protocol for cleaning or sometimes closing homeless encampments. That protocol has evolved over the years, but has been in place for a number of years. Typically in both winter and summer, we are quite active in closing encampments that prioritizing ones that pose health and safety issues, but also just larger encampments, typically almost by definition carry some risk. And then we do closures and cleanups. That is spearheaded by the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. And that work is the support for that work comes from our Department of Human Services and some of the nonprofits that they fund, our Department of Public Works, and sometimes the Department of Transportation, if there are closures to roadways that occur during an encampment cleanup or closure. This effort is distinct, and the effort I mentioned in my testimony is led by my office from a coordination standpoint and from a direction standpoint. And the goal there is a goal that we've always had as a city, which is to have a clean nation's capital and a clean city. There are similar initiatives have occurred over the years. This one is one in which DPW is the lead agency. However, they're also supported by our Department of Buildings, our Department of Licensing, and the Department of Transportation. But DPW really is the lead operational agency. In order to do this, the mayor authorized and directed us to provide them funding for initially 40 additional workers to do pick up litter, cut grass, pick up debris, abate graffiti. About 2 weeks ago, she asked us to increase that to 80. So they brought on 40 more individuals, typically from the pool of employees that will often do leaf season. Some of the really stars there, they now have held on to do cleanup work for the city. And they will have specific areas of the city that are visible to thousands of people every day coming to and from work, as well as thousands of residents that live here. And they focus on going over again and again for some of those high profile, highly visible corridors that we have.
All right. And so I want to, this homeless encampment is still an issue. And my question in the most recent items in the news lead me to wonder, does the district government clean up or remove or have anything whatsoever to do with homeless encampments that are in the federal enclave?
We have a collaborative relationship. So what that means is that if there's an encampment on federal land, and there are, the federal government takes the lead in the actual closure. So their NPS staff and the park police are involved in their closure. However, the coordination with district government comes in typically two ways. One is the human service support, the housing support the federal government does not have. So we provide the case management and human service outreach to those areas as we do all the encampments, no matter what property that they happen to be on. Then if there's an extensive amount of debris, of trash after the closure that the National Park Service may not have the capacity to quickly remove, we will step in and remove the debris after the closure of the encampment. But the actual closure itself on the federal property is done by NPS and Park Police.
All right, and so then I will wait for the mayor's statement. She indicated last night, based on current news, that she was not going to respond to the most recent request last night, but she would be responding, I assume, when we have the daylight, which is now. So, am I correct in assuming that?
I'm not going to speak to when the mayor speaks. What I will say is that whenever there are encampments that, particularly those that get to a certain size, they are on our closure list. Our experience with larger encampments, I say larger, which typically there's at least 10 tents or 10 individuals. They have a much higher likelihood for us to have safety issues, for there to be public health issues. And so they go on our list. Sometimes those encampments appear very quickly because people might be moving from other locations. In other cases, they may have been on our list for a while. So, that's sort of it is always, even absent any attention on encampments, it is always fluid. And whenever there's an encampment that has generated 10, 15 tents, they typically go high on our priority list to be able to enter into cleanup or closure protocol.
All right, I appreciate that. I just wanted to have some understanding as to what we should expect of our government as it relates to the most recent announcement from the federal government. So,
Can I just add one final point?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to speak to the federal attention on this, but on the general topic of encampments, we have bed capacity in our shelters. We do have it right now. So whenever we close an encampment, there's always shelters bed available. And that's true in the winter, it's true in the summer. Right now we have probably at least 200 beds available in our shelters due to the expansion we put in place, particularly downtown shelters in hypothermia season. So I want to highlight that. When we do a closure, we offer people shelter. The second thing to highlight that is actually a collaboration between the council and the executive is a few years ago, there's money set aside to buy buildings to turn into buildings that would house individuals who are in encampments. So one of those is in downtown. It's the Aston. It was opened about 6 months ago. There's 50 individuals who live there now. It has a capacity for about 100. Most of those individuals who are at the Aston came directly from encampments. They're individuals who may not have opted for a shelter bed in a low barrier shelter, but did opt for a studio as to provide transition to longer term housing. So the combination of offering shelter beds, making investments like the Aston, there's another building opening up soon. We call it's on E Street near in the Noma area, where we also have historically a number of encampments. That one will have 190 beds in it. It will prioritize individuals going directly from encampments into these buildings. There are services in the buildings. There are caseworkers that work in the buildings. So services are done on site. These are not putting individuals in encampments directly into mixed use housing where there aren't supports on site. So this is on-site services and supports that we give to the individuals. And in my experience, when we move individuals into housing like that, we see a direct visual effect to your layperson in seeing fewer encampments in their neighborhood. And that will be affecting both the downtown area, expanding to Aston, and it will help improve some of the encampments that we have in the Noma area.
I really appreciate that information. And I think that when we talk about individuals who live on the streets, I mean, that's what we're really talking about. We are also having to understand that those individuals have rights. And their rights usually translate to they get to make the decision as to whether or not they take advantage of the resources that we have. And so I guess my question is, how do we, what mechanisms, what systems do we have to encourage individuals to take better care of themselves by actually coming inside off the street and into the housing and the social services and medical services that we can provide?
It's an outstanding question. There is outreach done separate and apart from any cleanup or closure. There's regular outreach and regular casework done for individuals who are living on the street and in encampment. So what that looks like is someone who knows who this person's name is, knows where they've lived around the city if they've been in encampments for quite a while, knows if they have medical needs, and encourages them to take shelter. In DC, people do have in this country, people have a right to be homeless. We don't want them because we know the outcomes aren't healthy for those individuals. So the outreach is really critical. Much of the outreach is done by nonprofit organizations. They often employ individuals who are credible and known to those who are in homeless services. And we try to encourage them to be able to get housing. The quality of shelter, the quality of housing is also important. We did a renovation at our downtown low barrier shelter about a year and a half ago. That was about $1.2 million. That was a complete renovation, new drywall, new bathrooms, new showers to that low barrier shelter to try to encourage people in hypothermia season to be able to take the shelter bed more quickly. And investments like the Aston and the property on E Street in Noma is not low barrier shelter. It is a building with on-site services where it's easier to be able to develop that relationship. And people sometimes will take the shelter bed, sometimes they'll take the bed that's in a building like the Aston. Sometimes they'll choose to continue to move their tent and be on the street. But our obligation is to always do outreach and always to give people every opportunity to be able to take advantage of the investments that we've made as a city.
All right, I appreciate that. I have a few other questions about that. Given that my church, we from time to time have persons who have been living on the street. And in one case in particular, she had lived on the street. We were working with her, and she decided she wanted to be back on the street, and she expired on the street on 17th Street. You probably are familiar with that. And so it's just my church, we started our outreach 25 years ago. And we were never able to get everyone to come in. It was okay to come to the church and get services, but not to really say yes to a place to stay. So I was just wondering if there was any intervention that our government has thought of or using to try to get people in off the street. So
We have seen because we count the number of tents and people in encampments. We do it on a regular basis. We have for
Right.
years. There are fewer, just as a statement of fact, there are fewer encampments than there were before. There are fewer tents than there were before. There are fewer people living in encampments. So if you go to other major cities around this country, they have much more severe issues than we do. We want everyone to be in housing. So the goal is to not have any encampments or people living on the street. But the nature of our problem is not what it once was. It's heading in the right direction. And what we're doing is working, and we just continue to do it vigilantly.
all right. Well, thank you for that. How many programs did your office implement during FY 2024? I know you provided us with a chart that showed three: the lab, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and of course, the Office of Racial Equity, and of course, the budget. Are there others that
It depends on it depends on the definition of a program. So I've worked for this mayor and this as either in my current role or for the city ministry for 10 years. I've worked in prior city administrator's office under prior mayors. Traditionally, most of what the office does is oversight, budget formulation, performance monitoring. Then there typically is sometimes a program that will start in, call it the OCA here, and then spin off into an agency. Sometimes it will stay in the OCA for longer. Examples in the past, to be honest, is what is now the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants started as a program in the OCA. The Resilience Program started as a program in the OCA, is now with our Homeland Security Agency. Our Victim Services, its own agency altogether. The violence intervention work that is now at the ONE's office. Some of that started in the OCA and the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. In fact, the first employees of the ONE's office were transferred from employees in the Wilson building. So it is often a place where programs are stood up that need a lot of support and coordination. They get their sea legs and they go to agencies that are off on their own. It is unusual to have programs that last over the number of, say, a decade or longer in the OCA. So the ones identified is a question which we actually struggled to answer, not because we don't know what we do, but because we wanted to know, well, what's the definition of a program here? And the responses we gave was the closest we thought to the spirit of your question.
I appreciate that, and I especially am happy that you have pointed out the other programs. Those are the other programs are the ones that we were actually looking for answers on. We are aware that the lab is a unit within your shop, and so is the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. That's a unit. Like an administration, if you were, okay. And of course, the budget is a unit. We know that. And racial equity is a unit. We know that those are ongoing services. So within these, I guess you would be able to place victim services, violence interruption within maybe gun violence prevention. I don't know how you would do it, or maybe it's like, and the accessories, which you just sort of named, the smaller programs. How do you define it?
Well, I define it as when is our office doing something that's more traditionally done in an agency? Okay. That's a program. Okay. So the Office of Gun Violence Prevention has had what we call a mini grant program. So they give grants to organizations and people. That is work I think of as a program because it typically is the kind of work that's done in an agency, but had reasons for starting and being sustained here. The training function of the Office of Racial Equity, that's a centralized function, but that's something that if it's done for long enough and maintains the popularity that it's had since it started, that might be a program or function that eventually matures to the point where it lives in an agency. So centers of government are often helpful for standing up programs that need some centralized oversight and support. But my example of the Office of Victim Services was to point out that that is not a program in my office now.
Right.
It was a program in a prior city administrator's office.
Right.
Just to show the evolution of how programs evolve into sometimes full programs or standalone functions within the city government.
All right. We could talk for a while about this, but I'm trying to get a very clear picture of how things operate. But thank you very much. You also mentioned in your response to our questions that you eliminated and or reduced travel supplies and contractual services. Can you provide more detail? Like, did you take this action because you found that various officers were showing an extended amount of or an exorbitant amount of expenditures in these particular areas of their budgets, or really is precipitating this kind of answer?
What precipitated, so recently, just for context for those watching, we significantly limited travel training that's not associated with professional licensure that's required for work. The purchase of some office supplies. It was not because we believe there was excess or we believe there was irresponsible spending. It's our budgets. We know our budget's very, very tight, and it's some low-hanging fruit. We did it now because the more quickly we start to pull back on that spending, the more we can take the unspent balances that accrue because we put in place those freezes and apply them towards balancing our budget. And that was the rationale for doing it.
All right, so when we talk about the budget in late April, we'll be talking about how much did you find in this category. I think that's fair. We'll just hold on that, okay. What is the purpose of the new quick base system that was launched in FY 2024, and what does it do for the office?
A QuickBase is a database, and I'll talk about my specific office, but it is used throughout government. It has been for at least 15 years. It's a very efficient way, essentially, for people who work in different locations and offices to collaborate and share information for the same program. So my office uses it primarily as a grant monitoring tool with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, where it's used to be able to capture, track, and be able to make sure the on-site visits to make sure the work is happening that is paid for has happened. So we use it for grant monitoring. We also actually use it with their prior question around tracking spending related to travel exemption requests to the travel freeze or the training freeze. So it's in place as well now to be able to track. Again, it's multiple requests coming from multiple agencies. We all need to be able to look at the same information, and it's a pretty efficient system for doing it. It's able to be customized by non-IT professionals. So it's a what's called a lightweight fluid system that's easy to customize and change.
Thank you very much for that response. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the budget work. How does your office monitor the use of federal funds during a budget cycle? How are they monitored, or
they are monitored closely. I will about to turn it over to our budget director to go in to give you the detail. We monitor it for a number of reasons. One is we want to be aware of what federal funds we have coming in. It has implications for local funding requests that we have from agencies. Second, we want to make sure we understand if there's a local funding match. In other words, someone might come and say, I just was awarded $10 million for implementing a certain program. But maybe that 10 million requires an equal match for local funding that we don't have in our budget. In that case, that federal grant would actually require a local allocation. That may be something we want to do because we get 50% of it's being purchased by the federal government. In some cases, it may not be as high a priority. We don't want to allocate a matching amount for it. So we want to ensure that we have local budget implications in mind when we look at federal grants. And then finally, we want to understand if there's changes to federal policy. So there are freezes in grants, or the grants are taken down. We understand where we have vulnerabilities and where there are local employees or programs that rely upon those federal funds. The process of doing it, I will turn to Jenny Reed, our budget director, whose office really leads this work.
Thank you, City Administrator. So yes, we look at federal funds quite closely. You can sort of think of it in two buckets. There's the formula funds, right, that come to all states that we're eligible for. They have specific uses, requirements, et cetera. So we're monitoring with agencies, how are they spending them? Are they spending the dollars in a timely fashion? And how are they working with our local dollars to advance the outcomes that we want to see? The other set is competitive grants, and that's what the city administrator was speaking to, where we have a process in place where agencies give us a lot of information about what is the grant that they want to apply for, how much is it, what can it be used for, is there a local match required, would there be local support required after the grant, was ended, and then what's the policy purpose? And we do that to make sure that we have visibility in both what might be our future local obligation, as well as making sure it matches our policy priorities. Right now, there's also a lot of work happening to really understand if there are changes in federal grants through either executive order or through reconciliation or some other appropriation process through Congress. What does that mean for the district? So there's a lot of work happening right now to understand what might we have to make up for with local funds, which for a lot of it, probably honestly, we can't. And then what would the implications be to programs and services? There's been a lot of discussion and back and forth on federal funds in the last couple of months. So we have an internal team that works very closely when we do get any kind of notice about a change to quickly understand what is the impact on people, on programs, and how do we respond.
Thank you for that. Given the current information that's swirling around in the media about Medicaid in particular, are we thinking that we may have a tremendous shortfall in, is it over a period of 4 years, or our budget plan is, of course. So would the shortfall be over the 4 years, close to $1 billion, or would it be in 4 years into that? Would it be more like 350 in FY 26?
I'll start and ask Director Reed to add anything. There are two ways you should think about the Medicaid question. It's a very good question. I think it'll be a central topic, honestly, in our budget when the budget is submitted. One way in which we have a Medicaid pressure that is unrelated at all to any changes at the federal level. And that's a pressure borne by two things. One is an uptick in the number of people who sign up for Medicaid, and two, in the cost of service. In other words, healthcare costs, cost of doctors, nurses, procedures went up far faster than inflation, far faster than our revenues. So if you combine more people on a service and the cost of that service going up 6, 7, 8% over the course of 1 or 2 years, and our budgets grow at 2%, those combine for a very significant Medicaid pressure that does not have its origin in any federal changes or federal policy that we have to deal with. And that's a pressure we have fiscal year FY 26. So that's immediate. That'll be on us on October 1st. So the budget we submit has to deal with that pressure. When Deputy Mayor Turnage testified at his hearing, he put that pressure at about $200 million for 1 year alone. That ripples throughout the whole financial plan. So we have to solve it not just once, but throughout all 4 years. In addition to that, could be pressures that are borne by any changes at the federal level. Those could be changes at match levels. In other words, they might change how much they match. They might change policies for who's eligible. And that would take the significant shortfall that we have for next year and make it more significant. So, but we have a pressure in Medicaid that's really based on inflation and enrollment that is not tied to federal changes that we are actively working with in our local budget formulation. And it may be, and I highlighted this at our ACFRA hearing, that if there are changes at the federal level, those may come when the council has the budget as well. So we submit a budget based on what is known to law. It's possible there's a budget reconciliation on the Hill. And when the council has the budget, there could be a change to Medicaid in April or in May that has an open budget the council has. So we will balance the budget based on what we know as factual. And right now, what we know as factual is we have a local budget pressure in our Medicaid program based on enrollment and inflation. If there are federal changes when we have the budget, we will have to balance and incorporate those changes. However, the changes also may occur when the council has the budget, if there are going to be changes.
And so you're sharing that change we already are aware of is approximately 200 million for FY 26 and for the subsequent of the 4-year plan.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's our local pressure absent any change by Congress. The number you were referring to, I think earlier, you have heard us talk about at the Dchr hearing as well.
Right.
What if Congress followed through with the proposal to reduce DC's federal Medicaid assistance percentage, or FMAP, from its current 70% to 50%?
Correct.
That is a $1.1 billion loss in local funds every single year, which translates to $2.4 billion of lost program funding because of the lost federal match every single year. And that is concerning not only for those who are enrolled in Medicaid, of course, but that is a 40% reduction in our Medicaid program spending that goes to providers all throughout the city, hospitals, universities, clinics. A 40% reduction in payments seemingly overnight would have serious implications for the entire healthcare continuum for anybody who lives or works in this city, not just those who are on Medicaid. Hospitals, universities cannot sustain a 40% cut to their bottom line. In addition, we have several agencies that receive Medicaid reimbursement to support critical services. Fire and emergency medical services, FEMS, they get about $64 million a year in Medicaid reimbursements. Aussie Department of Transportation gets about $10 million a year in Medicaid reimbursements to support students with disabilities getting to and from school. So all of these agencies, DCPS, Department of Human Services, Department of Behavioral Health, Child and Family Services, they would all be impacted, and the services they can deliver would be impacted if this change happened. It would also create a huge loss in economic activity, right? If you're taking a 40% reduction in just overall healthcare spending, that is going to have ripple effects beyond what we're already seeing with the federal layoffs. And so the reason I bring this up is because it is very, very consequential and catastrophic for the district, and something that we must ensure does not happen. We have that 70% match because we are treated like a state, but we don't have the ability to raise revenue like other states do. We also have a very large proportion of high income and low income residents. And so we get that carve out in order to account for those facts.
Thank you very much for putting all of that on the record. I'm hoping that it's loud and clear, and that those that are listening will understand that these are, as you call it, the real truths of where we are with our numbers. And I just wanted to make sure that we had this opportunity with you here to get this on in the airwaves. So thank you very much. I wanted to ask a little bit, Mr. Donahue, about reinstating employment after an extended period. Can you explain, and I have a series of questions here. Can you explain the circumstances under which a union member within our government may be reinstated to their position after an extended absence from the position or from performing their duties in that position?
It probably depends in part on the union that they're members of. Not all unions. Each union will have a negotiated collective bargaining agreement. Part of that CBA typically involves how separations are treated. Second, it also depends on the nature and reason for the separation for a period of time. So if the separation relates to a disciplinary separation, then that may affect their ability to be reinstated. However, you also have to factor in what the conditions are in which they're coming back. So in other words, if someone was separated for a disciplinary reason, later on, someone with judicial authority, a judge or an arbitrator whose rulings were binding, overturned the agency's judgment for their separation or termination, if that were the case, or even suspension. Then they would be reinstated, and the agency manager, based on what the rules and laws are governing that discipline, they may not have any discretion on putting that individual back into service as part of that agency or part of the union. So I have found typically in those are unusual circumstances when someone has a separation and comes back, typically what precedes them coming back is a judgment or ruling or something with legal force, in which the agency head may not have a lot of discretion around it. They have really the option, and we will have this, for example, for individuals who are terminated by an agency. Maybe a lawsuit goes on for 5, sometimes 10 years in appeals. Ultimately, the city loses that final appeal. That individual may come back, or the only legal option they would have to have the person not come back is a negotiated financial settlement in which the individual is paid to not come back. If they intend to come back, if they don't want any financial settlement, typically the agency director does not have a lot of discretion. If they deny that person what at that point would be their legal rights under their union, under something with the force of law, then they would sue the city again and we would probably lose. So in those unusual cases, I typically find the directors don't have a lot of discretion. Their hand is being forced by someone else that has the force of law behind what they're doing.
And would you say that if a individual is entitled to be reinstated through judge's order, then that individual would also be entitled to back pay?
In my experience, if they're coming back at the order of an arbitrator or a judge, they do have a right for back pay. They'll
Okay.
often have a right for attorney's fees. And those are the laws of DC. That's not even specific to a union.
All right.
And as I said, the only circumstances in which my experience people don't come back is when they are paid an additional amount to not come back, which has within itself its own sometimes challenging sort of ethical dilemma.
All right. I was thinking about the case where we had, I think it was more than 30 individuals who were able to receive back pay $14 million. And so I was just concerned as we're thinking about the budget. I am focused on the budget 100%. So I just wanted to ask that question. This is another area. You answered 2 other questions that I had. So thank you very much for that. Who oversees an agency's relocation, including the transfer of materials, equipment, updating the forwarding address for mail, and ensuring that addresses and phone numbers are updated on the website? In other words, what's the unit of, or what's the organization that you call into place to make sure an agency's move really happens and that the public is aware that there has been a move and that they can still be in contact with the agency?
The ultimate responsibility for that is the agency themselves.
The
Our
agency.
Department of General Services, they will do logistically the physical move. They will identify space, they'll enter into a lease, they'll move the belongings. But the way that you frame the questions around awareness, around how to access, if you're a member of the public, that expectation, my expectation is that's the agency's responsibility. And if there is confusion or if it's not done well, it is the agency's responsibility to get that right.
So how frequently have you received complaints about agencies moving and the public saying, oh, we haven't been able to find this agency, or was great difficulty? We didn't know that it had moved from 12th Street to 18th Street. I mean, does that happen at your level, or is that something that is more happens at the council level where we are directly in touch with our constituents?
It is not something that happens at my level. I'm sorry. So if you've
Okay.
been getting complaints or concerns,
Yes.
please share them with me and I'll make sure the agency is fully aware of what they have to do to communicate their new location is
All
not something I typically or even can recall getting over the past year or so.
All right. So we don't have a requirement that if you're moving from one location to the other, agency A must then put on their website that we are moving in 2 months or 2 weeks, and stay tuned, or some way of notifying the public. Of course, website would not necessarily work for my seniors. You know, they would have to learn after trying and searching to get the information, because they're not always on the internet. But I'm just trying to figure out, how do we really help the public know that things have changed?
It is something where I'll take the question as a suggestion as well. I'm not familiar with if there's a written protocol. And I will look into that after this meeting and make sure that's part of our responses to you.
Thank you.
And partly is just like the complaints. I'm guessing from your question that you've received complaints. My office has not, so I want to make sure I understand what you've received. Want to make sure
Yes.
you learn from that. And if there are protocols that have to be written or highlighted more to agents who are moving, I'll make sure that happens.
Well, yes, we have received, obviously, we have received complaints or concerns, but more than that, I think as a government, our budgets tend to be larger than that of 14 states. This is an annual budget. It just seems that our government would have a protocol in place so that you would know how to find the services, because many are tracking the expenditures of their tax dollars. That's their thinking. And so, yes, so I appreciate
I
that.
will look into that. We may have a protocol in place, but let me
Okay.
find out. Let me find out if we need to elevate it and promote it, and I'll make sure we get back to you.
And if I could just add, council member, because you
please.
did mention our budget can be larger than other states, just a friendly reminder that we are a city, state, county, school district all in one. So we do much more than any other state.
Yes, and thank you for that. We do tell people outside of the city that we are, a conglomerate. We have multi-functions at the government level, so they understand that. But you're right, we need to remind our constituents that that's why, you're putting your money into all of this. So thank you.
And
Mr.
Councilmember,
Rodriguez.
I would also add to the city administrator's comments about moves. And typically, agencies have potentially up to 18 months before they move, and different services within those agencies could be activated at different times. This is not to explain away some of the complaints that you're receiving. Certainly, that is a communications function. And at times, agencies could be occupying multiple spaces as they complete their move.
All right. I mean, it's an issue. It's not to consume us. It's not to consume $3 billion or a billion or $3 million, but it's certainly something that I think we want to be clear. I think we do such important work, and I'm thinking a lot about what the mayor said yesterday in her telepresser, I guess is what I'll call it. It's very clear. We are the capital of the United States of America, aside from being this government that has to operate. And so the expectations are always high for us. And I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. But don't allocate any money unless we really have to, please. When parties cannot agree on a compensation increase, the dispute may go into arbitration, which can delay the budgeting process and create uncertainty for unions with no clear estimate of available funds. With that said, have you ever considered implementing a percentage cap on compensation negotiations to help mitigate budgetary uncertainty? Or do we already do that and I'm just not aware?
We do not have a budget cap on the percent of annual increase. What we do in the cases of arbitration is the city sets aside a workforce investment fund for paying forward any union agreements that we have not yet entered into. Last year, the mayor set aside over $500 million in our budget. It was a tight budget, but she still did that for union agreements. If we enter into arbitration proceedings around compensation, that money will be set as what will happen is that the higher amount. So usually the union will have one amount, the management will have a lower amount. The higher amount is set aside by the CFO in workforce investment that cannot then be used for other purposes, but to wait for the conclusion of that arbitration. So if there's $500 million in an account, there's $200 million in question at arbitration. That $200 million is effectively set aside and frozen, pending the outcome of the arbitration, which does, in fact, to your point, make it less clear during those proceedings how much is available for other unions who are still waiting for bargaining to happen. And as someone who is involved in overseeing those negotiations, we have a hard time sometimes entering into good faith negotiations because we can't overcompensation because we cannot have certainty as to how much we still have left to negotiate with the union that is waiting in line because of an arbitration proceeding. So it does have a ripple effect, is what I'm trying to say, that affects other unions. And the arbitration process does take a number of months. And during that time, it's difficult to make additional offers to new unions.
And so in that process that you just described, are subsequent negotiations sort of suspended or put on hold?
They're not technically suspended, but as a practical matter, it's difficult to advance. So the negotiations go more slowly. Our compensation offers are much more cautious and conservative because we're unsure about how much will be left in our account for that union because we have an arbitration ruling that we're still waiting for. So it winds up as a practical matter slowing that down. Then once it becomes clear what's available based on who is advanced in negotiations, those proceedings can speed up quite a bit. And we've seen that recently where we've been able to accelerate the completion of some of the smaller unions, for example, once it became clear with, say, the teachers union, what that negotiated agreement was entailed.
Is it the goal of our government to complete a negotiation in 12 months, 3 months, or 3 years?
It's always the goal to complete it expeditiously. And what I in my own sense, that is in the ideal but rarely accomplished way, it would be before the end of an existing agreement. That becomes impractical for a number of good reasons. So typically, we like to do it before the end of the first year in which a union's without a contract. That can become from when, you know, the important caveat I put to that is that we're in a tough budget environment. So that becomes complicated when, for example, last week we see a decline in the revenue estimate of over $1 billion. That can affect everything. So it unsettles the amount that we believe we have available for negotiating. But ideally, we want to do it during the first year in which someone is without a contract. So it limits the amount of retro payments and it provides clarity to the members that they have an agreement and what their compensation is.
Thank you very much for that. So you just mentioned something I was gonna. So we can understand that if we look at our 4-year plan, our revenues are estimated to decline by more than $5 billion, right? No?
No, thank goodness. It's about
Okay.
$1 billion over the 4-year financial plan.
Ah,
So it's about 325 throughout the financial plan each year. Grows a little bit each year.
all right. That's very important.
Yes.
Someone from the media was trying to get me tagged into this 5 billion over 4 years, and I was like, I hadn't seen that. So thank you very, very much. Public, you heard the budget director speak. Okay, thank you so much. In your response to question 43, you mentioned a program called SUI that relates to Vision Zero, which awards 12 million in grants to community groups to enhance Vision Zero and conduct listening sessions. Which groups and agencies receive these grants? And in fact, has Vision Zero been underway now for a few years? And how many more years do you estimate it will take for this program to come to finale or really become fully operational?
So the SUI is our acronym for Sustainable Urban Infrastructure. And it is the part of my office that has oversight and coordination for the Department of Public Works, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Energy and the Environment, as well as the teams that do Vision Zero and do grants called the Highway Safety Office and the Vision Zero Office. And that used to be part of what we called our Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure. We renamed it and a name that reflects sort of the nature of their work. To your question about the grants, so per federal policy, every state must have a state highway safety office. There's funding that's provided for grants to be able to really take on highway safety and roadway safety initiatives. Those grants are given out by our Highway Safety Office. They provided $12.1 million in grants, 44 grants to both local organizations and government agencies. Examples would include they would compensate NPD for overtime when that overtime is specifically used for traffic enforcement, particularly in high injury locations. It also is grants to organizations that help us with our click it or ticket and pedestrian safety operations. So, which are longstanding in the city that goes back multiple decades. And they provide critical analytical support. The Vision Zero team, so it's like their siblings, one entity, if you think of it simply, does grant oversight and monitoring. It's in my office because the federal requirements require that function to be separate and distinct from the transportation function. So that's why it's in my office. The Vision Zero team, think of them as they do the planning and coordination and analysis around our Vision Zero plan and our highway safety efforts, particularly in ways that go outside of DDOT. So when it comes to coordinating between Public Works, between DDOT, between our Metropolitan Police Department and other agencies, they'll do the interagency coordination, the planning and the publication and community outreach for any updates to our Vision Zero plan. And finally, you asked about the Vision Zero plan's length. We're in the process of updating it. We would expect a new version of it to come out this calendar year. It's been updated every few years over the past 10 or more years. Before you had a Vision Zero plan, there was certainly coordinated traffic safety and fatality plans. My first job in DC government was about 23 years ago, working for the District Department of Transportation. And so, DDOT's always been involved in traffic safety efforts. But to me, they provide regular critical analysis about what's driving and what's changing in the landscape that's determining crashes, injuries, and fatalities. And right now, they're updating the plan that'll come out later this year.
And I understand your office is where the analysis takes place. Is that correct? Which is separated from the DDOT locations.
Yes, I think we all do analysis, but the Vision Zero office does critical analysis and interagency coordination for our traffic safety efforts. And the Highway Safety Office does the grants that you had asked me about.
Okay. And is this also the pot of money that we fund the bicycle group, WABA?
I don't believe so. I think that's a DDOT.
That's a DDOT funding?
Councilmember, we'll get back to you. There is been funding through DDOT. There may also be funding through the Highway Safety Office. And so we just want to make sure we get you the total amounts from all the different locations.
All right. Well, I don't want to be catty, but I must say that there are a group of seniors who also would like to be funded because they do not want bike lanes, but they want to have better access to the roadway because of their needs. And so they have asked about the funding. So I thought I would try to zero in on where they might go.
As part of the follow-up, council member, that we'll do to this hearing, I'll make sure you and your team know what their next cycle is of grants, what the guidelines they have are, and we can itemize who and what organizations are the recipients of the current set of grants. And then if there's feedback or information that you want to promote or you want us to promote, to make sure there's full visibility about how people can apply and receive those grants, we'll make sure we follow up with that.
Yes, thank you. It seems that some groups were at community meetings and it was pointed out that they call it the bicycle kebab has grants from our government, and they were like, well, why can't we have it? Our issue is equally important.
And just late breaking helpful update that was just handed to me. So the Highway Safety Officer, none of their grants goes to WABA.
Okay.
So
None.
that's not a source of funding.
So
for us.
the funding is through DDOT, I presume.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. So what is the mission of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention now? It seems like we have the one's office, Cure the Streets. We were once using this office to primarily do grants. Is that still its grants to the community? Is that still its primary purpose?
They still have two main functions. One is to provide mini grants, which is a program started a number of years ago. And there are mini grants because they're very small, as $5,000 or $10,000 to organizations and individuals who often doing work or pretty creative work around gun violence prevention. The second function is around interagency coordination for gun violence. So trying to coordinate, particularly around specific topics within gun violence prevention. And that is still the work that part of my office does.
All right. And for the mini grants, would you also make sure that I receive information on the groups and individuals that have received it? I asked because I was at some of the hearings this year where some very impressive groups have appeared before the government. Sounds like they're reaching people, and I just want to make sure if they're not on the list to be able to say you should look at this as a funding source.
I'll make sure you have the list as well as information about when the windows are when they open up for applications. What makes this from its inception particularly unique is that it allows individuals who don't have their own nonprofit, but just are often doing work already in community to get some money to do more of it. Then if they don't have a nonprofit, the money is put through a financial intermediary that provides that fiduciary oversight. But that's what's particularly unique. Typically, you can't just be a person doing good work. You have to have a nonprofit and a person doing good work. The mini grants provide an avenue for folks who are just doing good work to be able to get a small amount of money for them to really transform what they're doing.
Okay, and so to that process, does this Office of Gun Violence Prevention then file their taxes? Or how is that handled?
Typically, if there's an individual without a nonprofit, the money is there, the money is provided to a nonprofit who's the intermediary, provides the fiduciary work to ensure that the taxpayer money is used appropriately.
All right, and the usual overhead, it's 15%. Does 15% come out of this 5,000, 10,000 grant, or do we have a separate pot that we take care of that cost?
I will confirm and provide a response to that, but I believe the individual gets the 5,000.
Okay,
Again, it's not a lot of money.
no, it
But
isn't.
for someone who's often doing work with no funding, it can be pretty transformational for that person's ability to reach more people. And the nonprofit that is the fiduciary intermediary addresses the required and necessary financial oversight
Okay,
that is part of the program's funding.
all right, you'll let us know what, okay, thank you so much. Whether or not the oversight costs is attributed and taken from each of the grants, or if there's a separate way in which that's handled. Thank you. How many FTEs are funded in the um OGVP budget?
There are 4 FTEs
Okay,
funded, 6 FTEs funded. I'm looking at the wrong column here. 6 FTEs funded in that office.
all right. I'll move faster. So what is the current role of Lab DC?
The lab's role is to do evaluations of existing programs to indicate whether they're having the impact that the policy was designed for. 2, the role is also to support agencies who are standing up new programs and need to design them in a way to assess their effectiveness. And 3, I'm gonna actually add another one too. They have an expertise in redesigning forms, online or otherwise, to make it much easier and faster for our residents to understand government services and to sign up for government services. And finally, they provide really critical analysis about what evidence exists in the world or in the city about programs that we're contemplating, enhancements to the budget, policy changes, in indicating whether there are studies that exist about DC or elsewhere in the country that speak to whether those policy ideas are worth further consideration.
And these individuals, are they still part of the fellows group that we once spoke of, or?
The office was originally funded through a philanthropic grant. We have since funded them with local budget. They do cycle into the lab at DC, a number of individuals who are often coming from research organizations and may spend a certain number of months or a year with the lab before cycling back to their home employer.
All right. As it relates to the fellows, we started an additional fellows program, I think last year. So are we combining the two now, or is it still separate? We have a lot of acronyms in this government, so I struggle to try to keep up with it all.
Are you speaking of the HBCU
Yes,
apprenticeship
yes,
program?
yes.
Okay, that is separate from the lab at DC, and that is currently ongoing. And basically recruits recent graduates from HBCUs and places them into positions throughout district government.
Okay.
And with the goal of, having them gain the experience for a year with the hopes that it turns into a permanent position.
All right. I Thank you for that. And given where we are in the world today, I have to ask, are we also, or have we, and perhaps we have been doing this for a long time, but do we recruit from the Ivy League community? Or do we recruit from technical schools like MIT and places like that? Since I think yesterday the deputy mayor indicated that IT and health and communications were the three major industries in our city where we have jobs. So I was just wondering.
Yes, we cast a very wide net in how we get individuals into different agencies, and that includes all manner of university, technical schools, individuals out of particular local high schools in some cases. So that we cast a wide net. It will depend on the agency and the type of technical expertise or general expertise that's needed for a position.
All right. Thank you for that. I think it's important we put that on the record. I wanted to, I feel like I just need to understand the situation with one of our employees that had the ability to be relieved of or resign from a position, and then within months was hired in another position within our government, and most recently has left the government entirely. And I wondered, what do, how does that happen? I know it happens because you leave a job and then you go to another job. I understand that. But what I'm asking, given the circumstances that I'm not really talking about this morning, but I think we all understand what we are talking about. How does this happen? What kind of safeguards do we have in place so that one agency knows from the other? Is this a part of DCHR? That help me understand this, please.
I will start and then I'll turn to Assistant City Administrator Rodriguez for any additional details. So DCHR does have a protocol in place that in which the HR advisor for, let's say, the receiving agency that's hiring someone who is or was part of district government. In this example, someone who's left district service is coming back after a period of time. That HR advisor at the hiring agency is expected to reach out to their counterpart at the former agency that that person was a part of and essentially do a reference check to understand if there are flags or cautions, or on the other side, like, outstanding feedback that the former agency wants to give. And the HR advisor at the hiring agency is expected to interact with the hiring manager to communicate that information, and then put in PeopleSoft in the hiring process as sort of a box that's checked as to whether or not that was done for each hire.
Yeah, and thank you, council member. The other thing I think to keep in mind is there are at times, and not knowing the specifics of the instance or case that you're talking about, an employee who separates from district government under circumstances that probably wouldn't make them eligible for future employment with the government. Those are very rare cases and rarely happen. Again, not knowing the specifics, there could be instances where there are very specialized technical skills that are required for a job that brings someone brings an applicant to the top and gets them an interview. But to the city administrator's point, if there is an employee who has had previous experience with district government, it is incumbent upon the HR advisors within the hiring agencies to review employee files and to assess whether that person is eligible for employment with district government.
Thank you very much. I just want to put that on the record. I do have, I want to know if the person was engaged in, because the persons could easily be engaged, if the person is engaged in oversight of contracts or expenditures, once it's understood that there is a person who's had questionable dealings in one agency as it relates to contracts or expenditures, is there a process in place where we then check to make sure that everything is in place as it should be? I guess it's the best way to put it.
Yes, in the hiring process, in the reference check of the prior agency, that if there's information that the individual has professional discretions that are notable in the past, that should be raised. Additionally, coming into a new agency, particularly for a position in which they're dealing with contracts or grants, it's often a safety sensitive position in which there might be additional background checks placed on the individual. Now, in the hypothetical that you give, that if there is information that sometimes is new, in other words, something that was not known by anyone, so a good reference check was done, hiring agency hires the individual, something new like comes up about the individual's past history or decisions that individual made previously, that can be grounds for termination for the individual in their new agency. So it can be grounds for discipline, but sometimes something is not known and then is known when you've hired the person for a year, a month, and you have to assess whether that person's still right for the job.
And do we also take the step to backtrack the materials that individual may have handled to make sure that it was handled appropriately?
Yeah, and in the rare instance that is sort of matches the rare instances like the hypothetical you're raising, we absolutely would go back and look at what the individual's past history is and whether or not there ought to be a reevaluation of what the individual did in the prior agency. Because in that hypothetical, maybe the prior agency had no reason other than to give a adequate or better reference check. Something is then learned, and absolutely they would go back and assess what else should be known.
All right.
And sometimes that produces insight, sometimes it doesn't.
All right. And you're right. We're talking hypothetical, but I think you and I know that there have been a few situations in our government, and I am not going to reward the situation with name calling. So I am asking simply, have we done the back checking to see what transpired or may have transpired when these individuals in particular, have handled our contracts or had access to expenditures? That's
Yeah,
what I really want to know.
yes, thoroughly.
Thank you so much. That's what's important. Thank you. And so I assume we have systems, protocol in place so that we can manage these situations if and when they occur in our government.
Yes, those reviews, when that happens, it is thorough and it's typically done by a third-party entity like the Office of Risk Management that is neither part of the new agency nor part of the original agency. So it is both thorough and it's independent.
All right. And has the Office of the okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Is the Workforce Investment Fund, this, of course, the account that pays collective bargaining agreements and others, affected by the recent revenue estimates Do you foresee it to be affected?
I do foresee it to be affected. I can't say how. We're not done with our budget, but when you have $1 billion or more removed from all your existing financial plans, everything's on the table. That doesn't mean there'll be a change to it, but it means that everything is under consideration for change. And when we submit the budget and we realize what is required to be able to balance our budget in this difficult year, we'll then, in a few weeks, I'll be able to tell you what funding levels there are in that fund. But the short answer is that everything's on the table when you have the kind of reduction that CFO provided in the revenue estimates with 3 weeks left before we have to balance the budget.
All right, I'm gonna take you at your word, and then I'm gonna ask, does that mean that we will be reviewing all contracts and grants?
It's a good question, and let me sort of to supplement my prior answer, we will always follow through with existing agreements that we have. In other words, when we have an agreement, we fund it in the agencies. We move the money from workforce investment to an agency budget as part of basically their personnel services budget line. What's left in workforce investment that may be implicated by the revenue estimates going down would be what's available and left over for future agreements that we've not yet entered into. As it pertains to contracts and grants, everything's on the table. And so I absolutely would expect when we have that kind of reduction in revenue, that it would affect contracts and grants at agencies throughout government. It doesn't mean every agency or every contract is going to be affected, but in order to balance the budget, that there have to be funding adjustments downward across a whole host of programs and agencies. I absolutely would see contracts and grants be part of what we consider when we try to balance the budget.
So does this mean that existing contracts in various agencies may need to be altered or could very well be considered for alteration changes?
It's an agreement's an agreement. So if we have a contract, we live by the terms of that contract. The two ways in which it gets changed, one is that every contract by law in the district is subject to annual appropriations. So there's no such thing as a 5-year contract that's fully guaranteed. There are option years between years 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Each option year is an opportunity to either execute the option, renegotiate the contract, or rebid it altogether. So an existing contract for say we're in FY25 right now, we don't go back and change the terms of a contract that we've already signed into. Agencies may have to go and change the scope. They may have to narrow the scope. They may have to rebid. We may choose to not pick up an option. And so in our case, we won't itemize each one of those. You would see for some agencies, not all, but some agencies, a reduction downward of their contracting lines, of supplies, of professional contracts. The agency then has to understand how they can live by those adjusted amounts. And they would, again, have to either renegotiate option years, rebid contracts, but will always if we've executed an option year, we've executed a contract in that fiscal year, we don't make changes midstream. We will do it at the transition from one fiscal year to another.
All right, well, I thank you very much for that response. I just wanted to be clear to the public that everything is on the table. It has to be. And while they're not able to say it to you loud and clear, Ms. Reed, we are wishing you the very, very best as you get all of this data dump that's collected by your team. It's going to be extraordinary, we know.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute. Well, guess what? We thank you all so very much for being here and having the discussion with us. And we're going to recess so that we can prepare to move right into our public witnesses. For those who have joined us in the hearing room, we had a slight change that we had to make so that the city administrator's office could come in early because they're due to start a series of discussions about the budget in momentarily. So we want to let them go. And so that's why we started early. I hope you haven't missed too much of the conversation, but it will be on the internet and other sources. So thank you very much. So we'll recess for until 1:30.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you for the
Thank you. Thank you
flexibility of
very
time.
much.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are reconvening our performance oversight hearing on the Office of City Administrator and the Department of Human Resources. And we will now turn to our first panel of public witnesses. And I have Ruth Wilcock, David Moloff, Heather Foote, Zachary Israel, and Seth Grimes. That's our first team, and I think some of the panelists may be on virtual. All right, I see Miss Foote is here. Okay. All right, okay. All right. So we will begin with Ms. Wilcock. You can begin when you're ready. There you are. If you would unmute your system.
That will be helpful.
Okay.
Good afternoon. How are you today, council member?
Good, good. Glad to hear from you.
Great. So today I just wanted to come and I wanted to talk about two issues. At your last meeting with the labor management, these are kind of the same things that I discussed, and things are not moving at all. But I wanted to first talk about Q&R number 27, where it talks about a list of programs and initiatives uh, surrounding racial equity. And one of the things that I am very concerned about is the lack of racial equity when it comes for DC residents, when it comes to internal hiring, promoting, and things of that nature. There are several instances where DC residents are applying for jobs and they are more than qualified for the positions, but Maryland residents or surrounding jurisdictions, their folks are being hired over DC residents. And so we need some type of connection when you talk about racial equity that connects it in that sense as well, not just with the different wards and things of that nature, but just making sure that DC residents are being promoted and given more opportunity to work in their city and move up than those who are taking their tax dollars outside of the city, because that would also increase racial equity. And then my second concern was with Q&R number 39, where they were discussing the classification actions. I recently had a desk audit that did not go well. My concern with the desk audit is that DCHR has confirmed that they follow. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
DCHR has confirmed that they follow OPM classification standards. And when my desk audit was conducted, it clearly states in the classification standards that when responsibility for accuracy is critical in a position, it should be reflected in complexity involved and special knowledge required. Well, this is not the case with my job description. I pointed that out numerous times that my job description is incorrect, it's not properly written, but we're being evaluated on these things. And then lastly, when I spoke with you at the labor management meeting, I explained to you then that I had not had a FY25 performance plan meeting. And as of today, I still have not had a FY25 performance plan meeting. And I am very unclear about my goals. My FY24 performance evaluation was not given until January of this year. So there's a huge for OAG, it's just like they're determined to do what they want to do as far as these things are coming that come up we have adopted chapters 14 and 16 of the DPM, which means that you should be following those standards that are in there. They're not happening at all. And again, as of this day, I have not had a FY25 performance plan meeting. And I asked before that these things receive more oversight. OAG is independent, but we adopted chapter 14 and 16, and there needs to be some oversight as to what's happening at OAG. And that's it.
All right, well, I want to thank you for that. We we will examine some of what you mentioned with the director, DCHR, Director Hall. But it sounds like it's going to take a little more than just us examining it here. Sounds like we really need to figure out how we can get some action from the agencies. So I'm hoping when we have testimony, the government testimony from Director Hall, he will include a few comments on your particular issue in his remarks later today. Okay, thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. David Miloff,
Honorable
nice to
Council
see
Member
you
Bonds.
again.
Honorable Council Member Bonds, good afternoon. And to the City Administrator. I am David Maloff, past President of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations, and I have two respectful requests. For the committee and the full council, I again ask for the second year that you support my call for an immediate arm's length internal review of DOB's residential permitting and inspections for DC code classification 3307 projects deemed to be dangerous. Apparently, hundreds of such permits were issued last year, as the Director of Buildings director revealed in corrected testimony to the Committee of the Whole last week. That's dozens of permits per ward. A member of the city administrators or the deputy mayor for planning and economic development staff should be seconded to lead such a brief, quick, inexpensive 30-day government review reporting to the administrator and or DEMPED. For the administrator, I asked in testimony last year for him, and now again as part of the mayoral operational oversight for DOB that he still retains, that other staff members from around the executive branch also be included, not just DOB, including MOC, the Office of Risk Management, and maybe even a member from the DC Auditor's Office. I testified for the Office of Risk Management, which you alluded to here. Thank you. Good to see you again, on February 13th. And Mr. Ross at that hearing deferred and said, well, it needs to be handled by and initiated by the Office of the City Administrator or DEMPED. So that's why I'm here today, hat in hand, asking for your collective leadership to act on this grave risk management issue for citizens and the government. At the DOB oversight hearing last week for the Committee of the Whole, for a third year, Mr. Mendelson heard chapter and verse about the broken permitting and inspections processes for dangerous residential construction. As one most recent horrible example, the V Street property collapse that resulted in Ward 1 in a worker's death on the day before Christmas Eve reflects an official DOB permitting and inspections record that, in that case, that is filled with deficiencies and omissions. This is especially heartbreaking after all the testimonies you've heard time and again for the last 3 years, ma'am. It is important that the mayor herself not rely on DOB's internal, potentially conflicted perspectives for a review of that tragic incident, nor for the larger review of the agency's permitting and inspections. And the city administrator is the top operational person. So that's why I'm here today. Given the increased attention of DEMPED to economic development and DOB's acceleration of dangerous permit issuance, I ask that DOB nevertheless be held to quality permitting and special inspections that do not leave residents either physically endangered or stuck in lawsuits at Superior Court. DOB's first legislative charter is to protect the public safety and then to advance economic development. The agency's annual budgets do not account for the continuing significant negative externalities which the agency continues to generate and unload on the unwitting public. OCA, DEMPED hold the power of legitimate oversight, and DOB should not continue to transfer risks and shift damage costs to abutting residents, workers, neighborhoods, or firefighters who have to show up for 18 hours to handle the remains. I'll appear at the budget hearing coming up for the possible savings and incremental costs needed for DOB. And I can also speak to the issue of opportunity and jobs at DOB, if you care to cover that today, regarding giving our citizens more potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The city administrator was with us this morning. At the last minute, he had to change his schedule, so he will not be able to speak on your matter today, but we will follow up. And one of the follow-ups I'd like to see is to have the city administrator to put in place a quick working group of agencies that will look at these issues immediately, and see if we can't get some disposition in the next 30 days, one that would indicate that they're beginning to look at this issue. So through the city administrator, I will try to get this done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
An honor.
Ms. Foote, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Barnes. Excuse me, Bonds. My name is Heather Foote. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a transportation policy and pedestrian safety analyst. I'm testifying in my personal capacity today. I want to bring to committee attention a positive development that relates to the Office of the City Administrator. My experience suggests that the transfer of the Vision Zero and DC Highway Safety Offices to the Office of the City Administrator has facilitated greater multi-agency collaboration to improve road safety, more coordinated efforts to protect all roadway and sidewalk users, and to proactively promote a culture of greater respect for laws by all drivers. Two initiatives exemplify this greater collaboration to address the plague of our dangerous streets. Last October, a month designated federally as Pedestrian Safety Month, the city administrator, the DDOT director, a Metropolitan Police Department assistant chief, and both the DC Highway Safety Office and Vision Zero office directors appeared together on Minnesota Avenue Southeast outside Ward 7's Kimball Elementary School. Minnesota Avenue Southeast is part of the high injury network, roads where frequent crashes lead DDOT to focus its safety improvements. City officials and the school principal presented data on how road engineering changes and enforcement had reduced both speeding and crashes on this stretch of busy road. Executive Administration Chief Jeffrey Carroll's remarks at the event are attached and articulate MPD's commitment to improved pedestrian safety. Enhanced by a walk-around by the Vision Zero director on structural road changes and safety school signage, the event captured road narrowing, brightly painted crosswalks, and the MPD's step-out enforcement ticketing at uncontrolled crosswalks. Those are crosswalks with no traffic light and where pedestrians have priority over cars. The event sought to demonstrate multi-agency efforts to address hazards that residents experience daily: drivers who speed and ignore DC traffic laws, other dangerous driving, and pedestrian difficulty in crossing a street safely, especially for seniors and those using assistive devices. In the second initiative, the DC Highway Safety Office, MPD, and DDOT announced a targeted traffic safety corridors initiative starting February 27th that aims to improve compliance with traffic laws and change driver behavior on two high-injury segments of New York Avenue Northeast and Southern Avenue Southwest. In this 60-day pilot, signage will inform drivers of intensified police presence. MPD will focus on excessive speed, distracted driving, and failure to use seatbelts, and there will be engagement with the community and businesses. At the media launch, the Highway Safety Office Director Rick Burt said that drivers who exercise the privilege of driving on DC streets must be held to community expectations. He introduced the MPD and DDOT leaders responsible for the initiative's enforcement and selection of targeted road segments. MPD Assistant Chief Carlos Harad, standing in front of members of his MPD traffic unit, created in August of 2024, said that speeding is the #1 reason for the city's major injury crashes. He explained the goal of this pilot is not necessarily to issue more tickets, but to increase compliance and reduce speeding and the number of crashes. DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum explained that nearly 50% of crashes in the district occur on only 5% of the roads. The 2 road segments selected for this initiative form part of the high injury network and were chosen because they are not yet scheduled for an infrastructure improvement project, in contrast with other high injury network category roads where safety project planning, community engagement, design, or construction are already underway. The backdrop to the 2 multi-agency activities noted above is ongoing work. This includes street reengineering designed by DDOT's multimodal safety engineering team, MPD's traffic safety compliance checkpoints, where drivers are ticketed for various traffic violations, work by the Department of Public Department of Public Works to impound scofflaw vehicles for unpaid fines, Vision Zero Director Charlie Wilson's communication of the data-driven top 100 traffic ticket scofflaws that enable MPD to identify and work to track down vehicles for impoundment for repeat speeding and red light violations. The DC Attorney General's use of the STEER Act to address out-of-state violations, and the Highway Safety Office's pilot using mobile trailers to detect use of handheld cell phones or failure to use seatbelts. No cameras or citations are used in this pilot, but warnings such as phone down and buckle up are flashed in signs alongside the road. Visibility and repeat messaging are important tools. Pilots are just that, pilots. Data collected over time will enable future assessment of pilot effectiveness. In coming to testify on what appears to be a higher level of multi-agency coordination and initiative taking on traffic safety under the office of the city administrator, I by no means want to minimize the tremendous challenges ahead to build a culture of compliance with DC traffic laws or the urgent need for agencies to redouble work to improve roads and change behaviors that continue to lead to crashes, serious injury, and death on DC streets. For example, I'd like to see the city's top leaders articulate traffic safety as a key component of public safety when public safety is raised in public forums as one of the district's core services. And I'd like to see a resource prioritization that would enable MPD to rapidly double its traffic safety checkpoints and MPD district commanders to increase neighborhood safety patrolling, both to address rampant dangerous driving citywide. For today, in these very challenging times for the city, I simply want to point to a positive step ahead, some coordinated initiatives towards traffic safety, of which many, or probably most residents, are likely unaware. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foote, for these recommendations, and we'll make sure that we pass this information on to the city administrator, and I'm looking forward to him heightening the attention to these 3 pieces of information, if nothing else. Vision Zero, as you may have heard earlier today, when the city administrator spoke to it, simply pointed out that I think the plan is reviewed annually. So it's under review now. So this may be a good opportunity to see if these points can become a part of where we go into FY 26.
I'm very supportive of Vision Zero. I just would like to see a continued coordination among all the different agencies and special emphasis on some additional redirection of resources by the MPD. Thank
Yes,
you.
I appreciate that. And I'm especially interested in learning whether or not, where are we on the implementation of safety measures on you said nearly 50% of the crashes in the district occur on only 5% of the roads. I think we need to know what the 5% roads are and make sure that we are attending to those roads sooner as opposed to later.
No, those are the high injury network
Yes.
roads that DDOT has analyzed where the majority of the crashes go. This second initiative I mentioned is actually separate because it's not yet in the pipeline for a major infrastructure project, whereas there are many projects ongoing already on high injury network roadways.
Yes, and I do understand that. I understand, well, we all can see how Vision Zero is being implemented across the city. What I am most concerned with is to make sure that if we have identified, 5% of our roadways, that we are attending to those 5% before you attend to a neighborhood where there's an intersection and it is only 2 lanes, yet the bus turns at the intersection and we now have cones at that intersection. So if we don't move the traffic back on the incoming traffic lane, then the bus has to wait until the traffic gets through before it can make its turn. And it's those kinds of intersections I'd like to know if they are included in the 5%. So I appreciate learning this from you. Thank you.
The 5% is mostly major
That's what I figured.
roadways, and there's certainly a lot of ongoing work on other more neighborhood related streets.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that. Next, we'll hear from Zach Israel. I see you're here in the queue. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds. Good to see you. So that's a hard act to follow, what Heather just testified on, and that's the same topic why I'm here today, talk about Vision Zero, because of the fact that the Vision Zero office is now housed within the office of the city administrator. And I just want to point out some statistics that I think highlight the importance of continuing serious collaborative efforts to eliminate all traffic deaths in the District of Columbia. So when Mayor Bowser first outlined her Vision Zero effort way back 10 years ago, 2015, in 2015, we had 26 people die, sadly, in the District of Columbia due to traffic-related fatalities. Fast forward to 2024, when the original goal was to go down to 0, we had 52 traffic-related fatalities, literally double than the very first year in 2015 when it was announced. So I think that speaks to the significant need to continue investing in this in a collaborative way. And as I'm sure you're aware, over the last couple of years, Vision Zero program and staff was, I think, originally housed within DDOT. Then it moved within the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure, DMWA, which was led by then Deputy Mayor Lucinda Babers. Then she stepped down, that office was dissolved, and then Vision Zero was moved to the Office of City Administrator, for better or for worse. And I do want to commend Mr. Donahue for, on social media, basically publicizing periodically efforts that DPW has done on, scofflaws and doing vehicle enforcement. I think we need to do more of that, and publicizing those efforts is actually really, really important. Great work can be done, but if the public's not seeing what's happening, they might act as if nothing is happening. So I do want to commend him for that. But looking through his pre-hearing responses, which I've only had a few hours to do, and I wasn't able to see his testimony earlier today. I had work obligations, so forgive me for not knowing what he said about Vision Zero, although I'd love to hear more from you about what he told you. I'm just disappointed that he doesn't highlight Vision Zero as more of a priority throughout both his written testimony submitted to you and his pre-hearing responses. This is a really, really serious issue. And I learned through his testimony that we now have a sustainable urban infrastructure team within OCA that oversees both Vision Zero office, highway safety office, DDOT, DPW, Department of Energy and Environment. That's a lot to deal with on top of everything else the city administrator is dealing with. So I just want to make sure that Vision Zero itself gets the attention that it deserves and it doesn't get lost in the shuffle with everything else on Mr. Donahue's plate with the political realities we face at the federal level. I know there's a lot going on. And perhaps we'll get another deputy mayor in the future assigned for Vision Zero specifically, but for now it's under OCA. And I just want to highlight that a lot of DC residents want to see this continued, and we need to know about it, what's going on, and hopefully get a commitment from Mr. Donahue to keep up the work on this and make it even better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I must say that you have pretty much captured the information that was shared by Mr. Donahue this morning on Vision Zero. What we will challenge him to do is to not only make sure he continues the publications, but we will ask the question about the Vision Zero program being in the SUI and what impact we feel it will have now that it's a part of the conglomerate. I agree with you when we began this program, the idea was whatever we were doing was going to reduce fatalities. And it was going to give everyone in the city a sense of our roadways being safe and navigational. And when we think about the number of fatalities that have increased, and coupled with what I hear every day, and that is from my senior citizens who just really feel that what has occurred under Vision Zero really keeps them from being as mobile as they thought they would be as they aged in place. And so I think it's time to have a coming together. All of us have to look at this and what it really means for the future of our community. So I'm hoping that we can take a look at it, as you say, while it's in SUI and see what can be done. And especially knowing that annually Vision Zero is adapted to, I guess, whatever the confines are of that time in our community. So thank you very much for that. Now I'm Mr. Grimes.
Oh, thank you, Chair
Oh,
Bond.
you're on. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Bonds. Yes, I am Seth Grimes. I'm speaking not on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the Washington Area Bicyclist Association, WABA, which has 5,000 members and nearly 25,000 regional supporters. We appreciate the opportunity to testify. WABA's mission, we envision a just and sustainable transportation system where walking, biking, and transit are the best ways to get around. The focus of my testimony is also Vision Zero, which we observe is a multi-departmental program whose management resides in the Office of the City Administrator. I personally have found the staff of the DC Vision Zero office, including Director Charlie Wilson, and of the Highway Safety Officer under Director Rick Burt, to be capable, dedicated, and responsive. Nonetheless, we must cite, I will repeat a statistic that Mr. Israel just cited, that Washington, D.C. in 2024 experienced 52 traffic deaths, the same number as in 2023, itself a 16-year high. Mayor Bowser did pledge in 2015, quoting, "We will do everything in our power to eliminate transportation fatalities and serious injuries because no loss of life is acceptable." We have not succeeded. The fatality and injury rates so far this year are significantly improved, only 3 fatalities only, and 29 major injuries to date, compared to 9 and 55 major injuries last year through March 6th. Sustained attention and action will be essential to keep these numbers down and drive them to zero. We do appreciate the recent announcement of new safety corridor enforcement efforts targeting stretches of New York Avenue and South Capitol Street. Ms. Foote mentioned this. We note the district's extensive use of speed, red light, and stop sign enforcement camera, and the Attorney General's recent suits against egregious reckless driving behavior. We especially appreciate the creation and improvement of protected bike lanes in intersection safety and similar measures, although we're disappointed in the politically charged decisions that have sacrificed safety measures due to political pressure. Cite Connecticut Avenue. The DC Vision Zero office is a focal point for these efforts. We urge a redoubled focus on their work. Mr. Wilson has indicated to me that the DC Vision Zero office will publish a new strategic plan later this year. We specifically ask that there be extensive opportunity for public input and comment in this effort. I will relate one anecdotal point. As a bicyclist in a painted Sherman Circle bike lane in October 2023, I myself was hit and injured by a pickup truck driver who was cited by the MPD for failure to yield. Couldn't find this incident in the Vision Zero dashboard. Turned out the date was misreported and my injuries were miscoded as driver injuries. So attention to data accuracy is always in order, in addition to upgrading the infrastructure. Data completeness is also essential. Evidently, there's a pilot study of incorporating EMS trauma data in crash and injury counts. The calls for this have dated back at least to 2017. This will improve our data picture and our ability to understand the problem geographically and improve. So we do ask that the council and the Office of the City Administrator redouble Vision Zero DC efforts. They're literally a matter of life and death. And Councilmember Bonds, I would love the opportunity to sit down with you or staff, perhaps with other advocates, including Ms. Foote and Mr. Israel, to hash out some possibilities and hear your personal concerns. So that's not in my written testimony, but I want to extend that offer, and I thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thanks for buttressing the testimony we've already received. And yes, it is time. And I guess we can say this, DC goes hard with Vision Zero. And we really have to work on this. Anytime lives within our city are being diminished, we really have to work on it. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. Our next panel, we have, is this the complete? Okay, everyone here, okay. Oh, these. All right, okay. We're gonna ask David Hoagland, President of the Firefighters Association, to come forward. Kristen Irwin. Oh, she is here. Okay, great. Joe Bishop Henchman, Commissioner, ANC Commissioner, Nicholas Del Don. I believe he's probably going to be online. You see him? Not yet. Okay. And Kim Williams? Not yet. Okay. She is online. All right. So we have perhaps a panel of 3 at this moment. All right. We'll start with the firefighters.
Councilmember Bonds, thanks you for the opportunity to testify today in front of the Executive Administration and Labor Committee. I'm David Hoagland, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association of the International Firefighters Association of Firefighters, Local Number 36. And we're proud members of the Metro Washington Labor Council, the AFL-CIO. I wanted to testify today to provide feedback to the committee on behalf of my membership. First and foremost, I want to extend my appreciation to you for the enactment of legislation that has had such a positive impact on my membership. The various benefits afforded to us are just one of the many great reasons that individuals seek to work here in the district. I know personally that you have been a tremendous supporter of our members, and I also know that you are always seeking feedback on the impact of legislation. Paid family leave has truly improved the work-life balance in immeasurable ways. I wanted to bring to your attention a concerning trend emerging specific to the processing of PFL requests and outline why we believe the authority to grant PFL should be returned to our agency PFL coordinator. Our agency PFL coordinator used to handle all applications and approval. A change was made a few years ago to the process that extends the time needed for approval. After a member submits everything to our agency PFL coordinator, it now needs to be forwarded to Dchr for approval. This has created frustrating delays in the leave being entered into PeopleSoft. We've had several members who reached their qualifying event for PFL, and even though their application has been submitted, DCHR has still not approved it. This creates added stress on the member who ends up using a different type of leave while waiting on the PFL approval. Then, once their PFL finally shows up in their PeopleSoft, they need to get whatever alternative form of leave restored, creating a pay problem. We would love to see the authority to grant PFL returned to the coordinator to expedite the approval process. As essential employees, it's important that our requests go through in a timely fashion to ensure there is no interruption in the delivery of emergency services to the district. Regarding pay problems, since the start of 2025, Local 36 has been contacted by 16 members with pay problems. They vary from members missing paychecks to being owed retro payments as a result of various pay problems. We have one member who's been trying to get health benefits for 2 years, one who's been unable to add their partner to their health insurance, and another who is facing unanticipated drug costs due to DCHR's benefit website providing coverage information that is different than the plan's website. All these members have had significant challenges in getting in touch with DCHR and getting these issues corrected. Having to go through several different agencies between FEMS HR and DCHR further complicates these issues and creates frustrating and stressful situations for our members. On average, regarding retirement processing, our members face a wait time of 90 days or more from their last day of work until they receive their first retirement check. Despite DCRB's tireless efforts in collaboration with DCHR and individual agency HR departments to streamline this progress has been slow. While there are effective controls in place to ensure the accurate certification of annuities, several manual processes and workflows still create delays. Members may have encountered up to 3 different payroll systems throughout their careers, which can lead to inaccuracies in their work and compensation history. This often requires extensive review across multiple accounting programs and even paper records, further extending the processing time. And currently, these inaccuracies do not get addressed until a member applies for retirement. Members are advised not to apply for retirement until 60 days before their intended retirement date. Yet there is potential to improve the accuracy of their work and compensation history long before this narrow window. Additionally, members must wait for the payout of any remaining annual leave and compensatory time, sometimes resulting in delays of 30 days or more. This also prolongs the closure of their active employment status and retirement processing. Local 36 fully supports any efforts to reduce the time it takes for members to receive their first retirement check. While every retiree's financial picture looks different, we should not leave them out to dry for months after their years of service to the district. I want to close with a DCHR retiree healthcare increase. Between 2009 and 2012, several legislative amendments were passed aimed at reducing the district's share of health insurance premium costs for retirees. Key changes included extending the eligibility vesting period from 5 to 10 years, introducing a sliding premium percentage for service years between 10 and 25 years, and reducing the district's maximum contribution for family coverage from 75% down to 60%. While the first 2 changes were implemented, the reduction in the district's contribution for family coverage from 75% to 60% has yet to be implemented. Conflicting interpretations within DCHR regarding the new family premium calculation has contributed to delays. An attempt was made to implement these changes in 2020, but the process was delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. DCHR now plans to implement the change in 2025. It's concerning that a change enacted in 2011 remains unimplemented 14 years later. These legislative amendments represent a shift in the defined benefit structure, but they were introduced through a BSA, which did not allow adequate time or provide enough information for stakeholders to assess the potential impact on both current and future retirees. 14 years after the amendment's passage, its failure to be operationalized suggests that it may not have been as urgent as initially believed. Additionally, implementing the change now raises important questions about how it will affect both current and retired members. Local 36 raised concern about the family premium change as early as 2010, and those concerns continue today. Before moving forward the implementation of this long-delayed amendment, the council and other stakeholders should reassess its relevance and consider whether it's appropriate. 1,100 firefighters, teachers, and police officers will be affected. Depending on their insurance carrier, some will see a $2,400 increase in their yearly healthcare costs. Ultimately, all of these issues affect the morale and thus the productivity of the department. Between the presidential inauguration, the Potomac plane crash, and the loss of one of our own due to occupational cancer, 2025 has already been a challenging year for our members. We owe it to them to process their pay and benefits in a timely manner. DC firefighters appreciate your attention to these issues, and we are thankful for all the support we receive from your office. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We do not have your testimony yet, correct? All right, please do. I think I'd lost you on the last 2 pages. I was able to copy what you were saying, but then you got really technical and I would really need to see it in writing.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'm sure Director Hall was taking copious notes, he and his team, and he'll have all the solutions when he comes up and testifies
Perfect.
before us. So thank you. Now we'll hear from Ms. Irwin.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and staff. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding performance oversight of the Office of the City Administrator. My name is Kristen Ewing, and I'm Policy
Ewing.
Counsel at the DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Much like my testimony for the Department of Aging and Community Living last week, my testimony today will focus on the long-term care workforce crisis facing the district. DC Appleseed is a member of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care, and we chair the coalition's Workforce Committee. The coalition's work is increasingly vital as the district faces a long-term care crisis. In the district, the over 65 demographic is projected to increase by 25% between 2019 and 2030. Unfortunately, while we experience a growing need for long-term care, we are simultaneously seeing the workforce decline as providers leave the industry, and we fail to address the barriers to retention or create an adequate pipeline to fill vacancies. During the renewal cycle in fall of 2023, over 4,000 formerly licensed certified nurse aides and home health aides did not renew their credentials, which is roughly 30% of this workforce. The urgency of this growing crisis cannot be overstated, and the district can and must take steps to intervene through a coordinated response that involves multiple stakeholders. Collaboration and communication among all parties involved will be key to developing practical solutions that can improve outcomes for those needing long-term care services. A comprehensive strategy would involve various stakeholders, including government and healthcare agencies, educational institutions and training providers, consumers and family members, advocates, and community organizations, all working together to create a sustainable workforce. The DC government should adopt these key components of a whole government response. Increased funding and resources. We must allocate more funds to support the recruitment and retention of staff in long-term care positions. We need streamlined training programs and credentialing to expedite workforce entry, develop accelerated, accessible training programs, and credentialing for new caregivers. We should focus on improving working conditions. We need to enhance job satisfaction by addressing issues like workload, pay equity, benefits, and opportunities for career advancement. We also need to implement public awareness campaigns. We need to elevate the profile of long-term care careers, showcasing them as rewarding and essential roles. And we also need to educate the public about the long-term care crisis that will inevitably impact them or their loved ones. We also need future-thinking workforce planning. We need to engage in planning to identify future needs and trends in the sector. This involves data collection and analysis to understand where shortages will occur and proactively address them. We should also utilize technology to improve training, credentialing, care delivery, career development, and communication with consumers and providers. Last, we need to review and reform policies, regulations, and legislation that impact the long-term care sector, including regulations that might hinder staffing flexibility or inhibit innovative practices. By implementing a coordinated and comprehensive approach, the government can and must work towards resolving the long-term care workforce shortage and ultimately improve care outcomes. The coalition is grateful for the leadership of City Administrator Donahue and his team. Much like Mr. Donahue's leadership role in coordinating a whole government response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we urge the City Administrator to coordinate cross-collaboration to ensure a similar approach to the long-term care workforce crisis. Specifically, we implore the City Administrator to champion a whole government approach. Several different agencies, entities, and committees, including the Department of Healthcare Finance, DC Health, the Board of Nursing, the Committee on Health, the Executive Office of the Mayor, OSSI, the Department of Employment Services, the Committee of the Whole, the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, the Department of Aging and Community Living, and others all need to be at the table to create a successful whole government approach. Since the city administrator is tasked with the day-to-day management of the district government, this office is ideally situated to coordinate a whole government cross-collaborative approach to this crisis. We also ask the city administrator to support a DC government long-term care coordinator role. We hope that the city administrator and the committee will support identifying a point person within the government to facilitate continuous collaboration and convening of all relevant stakeholders moving forward. This person would also ensure that providers, training schools, students, consumers, family members, and advocates are part of creating solutions. Thank you for your time and attention to these critical matters. We are also grateful for the committee's commitment to addressing these issues and look forward to the upcoming roundtable with the Committee on Health on March 26th. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We're excited that this project/program will be located within the city administrator's office, where I think it's a good fit for the work that they do. And so we'll challenge them to follow through, at least on discussing these items. And hopefully we'll have not just a working group, but a process where it can be ongoing. This morning, when I asked the city administrator if he had any new programs, he said he was trying to figure out what that really meant, programs versus projects or what have you. This is what I'm talking about. We were aware of this, so somehow it didn't get mentioned as a program, but we consider it a program once it's delegated to the city administrator's office. So we'll follow up on this. And as you said, we'll be talking more on the 26th of March.
Yes, thank you for
Yeah,
hosting that with the Committee on
yes.
Health. We
And
appreciate
we'd
it.
be very curious about, I would at least be very curious about any of your data that relates to the enrollment of our seniors in long-term care, I'll say products over the last 3 years, because it seems that that's becoming a way to sort of manage some of our difficulties with healthcare needs. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mhm. And now we have Ms. Kim Williams.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. As an HR executive, a spokesperson for our national effort to end workplace abuse, and a proud DC resident, I would like to commend Director Hall for his commitment to the well-being of DC employees. I'm also grateful to the district for ensuring that those impacted by federal layoffs have opportunities to continue serving their communities. Because for so many, a job is more than a paycheck. It's security, it's stability, and it's the foundation from which we build our lives. And when that foundation is shaken, when a job is lost or threatened, the consequences can be devastating. It can mean struggling to provide for our families or even accessing health care that we need. But the threat of job loss doesn't always come from layoffs. It can also come from severe mistreatment in the form of bullying, harassment, and intimidation. It can happen when someone is broken down, humiliated, and made to feel isolated in ways that impair their ability to do their jobs. And if an employee cannot prove that this type of treatment was tied to protected characteristics such as race, gender, or age, it's perfectly legal, and it has affected nearly 50 million American workers. Many of these folks will suffer in silence, but the pain of workplace bullying isn't invisible. It physically manifests as frailty, cancer, lost earning potential, broken marriages, and even homelessness and suicide. It's tangible, it's real, and in many respects, it's more than a labor issue. It's a civil rights concern that disproportionately affects women, people of color, LGBTQ plus individuals, older employees, and those with disabilities. And so because of this, there is a movement afoot to bring about legislation to address this. This year, Massachusetts will take up the Workplace Psychological Safety Act to protect workers from bullying. This bill was introduced in 2023 and received testimony from roughly 1,000 people, including Weinstein and Fox News whistleblowers Rowena Chu and Gretchen Carlson. We expect it will also move forward in Rhode Island this year after passing the full Senate in 2024. And now Hawaii has added this bill to their legislative docket, and 24 state teams are meeting with their representatives to advocate for the act. I, too, would very much love for the District of Columbia to consider this bill. In doing so, DC could be at the forefront of a national movement that acknowledges the real measurable harm of workplace bullying and takes steps to stop it. This act provides clear guidelines for what constitutes psychological harm in the workplace and ensures that businesses implement reasonable, proactive measures to prevent it, just as they would do for physical safety. We believe this makes workplaces stronger, recognizes that abuse should never be the cost of earning a living, and can help us build a more just economy. In addition to my testimony today, I will submit a written copy of what I've just shared with you and also include a copy of the bill for the record. And I hope that members of this committee and others will consider this opportunity to ensure that all of DC's workers can do their job without fear, without intimidation, and with the dignity they deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe that concludes testimony from our public witnesses. All right. Well, we want to thank you very much for your testimony and hold us to do follow-up as we indicated. Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from the Department of Human Resources, and we'll ask Director Hall and his team that may be with him today to join us at the witness table. He's soloing for those who can't see. All right. Director Hall, if you raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you provide to us today to be truthful and complete? Thank you very much, sir. And you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Charles Hall Jr., and I serve as the Director of the DC Department of Human Resources, or DCHR. I'm thankful to Mayor Bowser for the privilege to serve in this capacity, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on DCHR's fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 performance to date. As the personnel authority for most district agencies, DCHR's mission is to provide first-class human resource management services that strengthen individual and organizational performance and enable the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified workforce. Every day, we work diligently with our agency partners across the district to support the work they do and the services they provide to visitors and residents of our city. Our accomplishments in FY24 and our plans for FY25 reflect our commitment to helping agencies and residents. I will share those accomplishments and plans with you today. The DCHR team consists of 6 administrations that run the day-to-day human resource operations for employees and agencies across the district government. The Benefits and Retirement Administration oversees district government employee benefits. This administration manages employee health, dental, vision, short and long-term disability, and life insurances, as well as our employee assistance program, employee wellness programs, and employee flexible spending accounts. This team oversees employee retirements, including those under the Police and Firefighters Retirement and Relief Board. The Center for Learning and Development provides training, workforce development, and organizational development programs. The team oversees the Capital City Fellows Program, Career Pathways Program, District Leadership Program, Executive Leadership Program, and the In-School Leadership Program. This work provides learning and career development opportunities for district employees, and it creates a pipeline for future district leaders. The Human Resources Solution Administration provides recruitment and classification services, such as employee selection and placement, position classification, and the movement of employees between agencies. The Office of the General Counsel provides legal counsel, employee relations services, and oversees the district government's paid family and medical leave program. The Policy and Compliance Administration designs, implements, and oversees personnel standards and policies. The administration ensures compliance with suitability and applicable regulatory requirements such as district residency and licensure. The Strategic Human Capital Team provides oversight and full cycle human capital management through data and analytics. The team researches best practices and implements business process improvements. Together, we serve our residents, our employees, and our district HR professionals. The district government is more than just an employer. We comprise integral members of this vibrant community. Our commitment extends far beyond the confines of our offices, and we are deeply interwoven into the very fabric of the district we serve. As dedicated servants and stewards of public trust, we recognize our success hinges on our ability to embrace and reflect our resident community. To this end, we are steadfast to strategically attract, identify, and retain the finest talent throughout the district. In FY24, DCHR continued to expand its reach with residents and prospective applicants through the district by hosting successful quarterly hiring events. These events offered our partnering agencies a unique platform to recruit for multiple vacancies simultaneously. effectively expanding their outreach and streamlining the talent acquisition process. As a result, district agencies were able to hire 496 employees, inclusive of 215 residents. This significant achievement underscores the value and efficiency of our coordinated hiring efforts to attract and retain top talent within the district government. Building on the success of FY24, DCHR has initiated an innovative pilot program called the Community Career Conversations. This program is designed to enhance the preparation process for applicants, ensuring they are able to maximize their experience during hiring events. The pilot aims to provide residents with valuable information and support, helping them navigate employment opportunities throughout the district. This includes providing key insights on resumes, interviews, and how to craft an impactful profile on the district's applicant tracking system, or ATS. By engaging directly with the community, DCHR has been able to empower individuals with the working knowledge and confidence necessary to actively pursue their individual career goals. This further strengthens the talent pipeline and fosters a more vibrant workforce of district residents. Additionally, applicants are afforded the opportunity to network and engage with current district employees. Through these interactions, they gain insight into what motivates our employees to commit to serving the district, while also learning how employees' daily activities and engagement have a meaningful impact on the lives of district residents. This connection not only provides inspiration, but also fosters a deeper understanding of the vital role they play throughout, or they could play throughout our amazing community. DCHR plans to host these sessions at least 8 times a year across the district to provide residents in all 8 wards with opportunities to participate in this impactful program. DCHR continues to enhance the way we communicate to prospective employees using social media. In FY24, we began to wrap employment opportunities via LinkedIn. This feature automatically adds any vacancies posted in the district's ATS to LinkedIn and allows us to spotlight any hard-to-fill positions. DCHR also increased its social media content designed to market the district government as an employer of choice. One video series highlighted employee testimonials, which featured brief stories from current employees sharing their positive experiences working with the district government and/or at DCHR. The series emphasizes the supportive work environment and career growth opportunities that are available in the district government to employees and informs the public of how to apply for district government jobs. In addition, we've published Hot Jobs, which highlight vacant positions across our government and promote district events sponsored or attended by DCHR. Thanks in part to our outreach and marketing efforts, we're proud to say that 124,285 applicants submitted completed applications in FY24. As we continue planning for FY25, we will focus on highlighting the successes of our strategic recruitment efforts, including spotlighting employees hired during the quarterly hiring events. District government employees are our foundation. The work of each individual employee serves the greater good of our collective community and cannot be understated. We recognize the work can be tough, and our employees are tasked with navigating various challenges to ensure our residents receive the best possible services. Thus, we owe it to our employees to give them the best possible employment experience. We want to make it easy for employees to manage their benefits, get answers to questions, access programs that can help their financial, physical, mental, and emotional well-being, and participate in training opportunities. To improve the way employees receive services, DCHR collaborated with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, or OCTO, to create a new HR portal. Employees can now seamlessly request benefits, retirement, 401A, and 457B distributions, customer care, training, and classification services via an online ticketing system. Using the HR portal, employees can submit a ticket and track the status of their ticket to completion. To ensure tickets and questions are answered in a timely manner and to promote transparency, DCHR also established service level agreements for all ticket categories so users can better understand how long it may take to complete their request. Employees also have access to over 100 knowledge articles that provide step-by-step instructions on common HR processes, such as enrolling in benefits, setting up a direct deposit account, and downloading a W-2 in PeopleSoft. DCHR curates and adds additional articles based on user feedback. Since the deployment of the HR portal in November 2023, DCHR has received and processed over 10,822 employee requests across service categories. In FY25, DCHR will focus on communicating to employees the resources and features available on the HR portal. We will also utilize employee feedback surveys and reports created from the HR portal ticket submissions to allow the creation of customized reports based on a specific topic area. According to the Society for Human Resources Management, the largest HR professional association, employee well-being plays a crucial role in how employees engage with work and in the workplace. To promote a healthier and more productive workforce, organizations need to focus on employee wellness and provide opportunities for employees to improve their physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being. DCHR continues to serve employees by offering world-class employee wellness opportunities. In FY24, DCHR and agency-level wellness coordinators hosted over 120 on-site wellness events, an increase of over 20% from FY23. These events cover topics such as mental health, stress management, healthy eating, and financial preparedness. To increase the availability of our wellness opportunities to accommodate employee schedules and preferences, DCHR and our partners hosted over 200 wellness webinars. These webinars featured several series, including Mindful Mondays, which featured a 30-minute meditation session designed to reduce stress and anxiety, Wellbeing Wednesdays, which focused on preventative care with topics such as breast cancer awareness and skin safety, and Thoughtful Tuesdays and Thursdays, which centered on mental health in the workplace and offered various stress relief strategies. DCHR also partnered with our health vendors to provide 2 mental health first aid at work certification courses for managers and wellness leaders. These trainings teach how to identify signs that an employee may be exhibiting related to a mental health crisis and how to assist employees and communicate available resources. 233 district employees have earned a certification since the program started. In addition, DCHR hosted 3 district-wide holistic well-being challenges that were well received by employees. None of this work would be possible without the over 165 designated wellness coordinators across the district who participate in monthly meetings, tailor and market wellness opportunities in their agencies, share best practices, and collaborate to co-host events. To celebrate the contributions of wellness coordinators across the district, DCHR also held our 3rd annual Wellness Leader Luncheon. The luncheon provides an opportunity for wellness coordinators to celebrate each other and the great work they've accomplished throughout the fiscal year. Coordinators also participate in wellness activities specifically curated for them and their agencies. DCHR's commitment to wellness again earned accolades from Aetna, who awarded us the Workplace Wellbeing Gold Award for the 2nd consecutive year in a row. Based on a programmatic assessment of industry professionals, the Wellbeing Award recognizes employees and employers that display a strong commitment to providing workplace well-being resources, programs, and support for employees. In FY25, DCHR will continue our award-winning wellness programming with a specific focus on preventative care. Investing in employee training and development is key to employee engagement and elevating the services the district government provides. In FY24 and thus far in FY25, DCHR has focused on creating new, tailored trainings and opportunities for employees that focus on key areas identified by agency training coordinators and employees. These include courses such as Project Management Essentials, Public Speaking Under Pressure, Strategic Thinking Approach, Business Acumen, Maximizing Your Leadership Potential for Non-Management Employees, and Engaging Your Career Ladder. To specifically address the development and growth needs of managers, we offered courses such as Difficult Conversations, From Boss to Leader, and Executive Functioning. To provide a dedicated training opportunity for managers, DCHR recently hosted our annual Manager Supervisory Service, or MSS Week. During the week, managers throughout the district government participated in engaging workshops, expert-led discussions, and valuable networking sessions designed to empower and strengthen the leadership experience. Training offered during the week included Peer to Manager, Now What, which discusses transitioning from a coworker to a manager, building high-performance teams, emotional intelligence, managing change, and mindfulness and managing stress. Close to 1,000 managers participated in these offerings and provided feedback. DCHR plans to hold another MSS Week later in FY25. The district requires strategic HR professionals to implement modern HR solutions. The city's HR professionals play a significant role in DCHR's and the district's workforce accomplishments. To ensure HR professionals have the knowledge, skills, and resources to be successful, DCHR updated our monthly HRA meetings to include dedicated time for smaller, hands-on training and breakout sessions. During the sessions, the HR community learns from one another and brainstorms ways to enhance processes, examining practical real-world case studies. These sessions facilitate the sharing of best practices across HR teams from different agencies. Topics discussed during these sessions include creating hiring packages, time to fill, leave management, performance allowances, compensation, performance management, building collaborative HR and general counsel relationships, retirement readiness, using dashboards, and coaching. DCHR also facilitated a suite of training specifically for employee relations specialists, as well as Family and Medical Leave Act coordinators. These training courses included leave management, FMLA, paid and family medical leave, employee grievances, informal dispute resolution, return to work, discipline, and performance management. DCHR also hosted full-day and brown bag sessions to enhance the skills and foster knowledge sharing for our shows across the district. To provide additional HR development opportunities, DCHR hosted a 2-day-long HR summit entitled Fine-Tuning Our Skills. During the summit, HR community members participated in various learning opportunities, including sessions on FMLA, leave without pay, service computation dates, position management, career conversations, building a strong workplace culture, hiring best practices, and managing stress and burnout. 2 subject matter experts from SHRM engaged the HR community in discussions about innovation in the modern workforce and empowering employees to succeed in the changing workforce. Over 200 HR community members participated in the sessions and provided positive feedback about the experience. In FY25, DCHR intends to launch an additional formal HR training program for the HR community to refresh and enhance their skills. Throughout FY24, DCHR continued to implement innovative and modern strategies to recruit the best talent, update the way we perform HR work, and engage, train, and develop one of the most important resources we have, our employees. As we look forward to FY25, we will continue to challenge ourselves to find even more ways to improve how we connect with and provide services to residents, employees, and the HR community. DCHR's accomplishments are a testament to the team's unwavering dedication to a growth mindset, reflective of a collective knowledgeable subject matter experts who show a steadfast commitment to improving the lives of district employees and residents. In closing, I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership and for the opportunity to serve the city's dynamic workforce. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, the committee, your council colleagues, and staff for your continued support of the DC Department of Human Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. This is a very robust presentation, as you knew it would be.
Yes.
I guess I have a double-headed situation you have,
Okay.
dilemma that you have created. You made it very clear that in order for the government to be considered a wonderful workplace, we're spending some energy on socialization, trying to get us to enjoy our workplace, which I'm sure across the nation, that's what people want. And you provided so many opportunities. I just wonder if I took advantage of 5 of these in a week, when would I get my tasks done at my desk? That rudiment stuff that, just wondered about that. That's one side.
Okay.
And on the other side, this double-headed situation, I have to ask and know that at this time in our life cycle here in the government of the District of Columbia, we probably need a lot of emphasis on how do we manage stress. So when I want you to think about that and give us some sense of what can we do and how can we do it in order to keep focused on the work that is before us, and at the same time be settled enough that we can get the work done, so to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent questions. So as it relates to the first one, to ensure that people are completing tasks, when you register for trainings, there is a process that employees have to go through. So there is a management approval that we've put in place to ensure that persons aren't, as you say, just every day going to a training. So there's a process in place that ensures that persons will be gauged and receive the approval necessary before they go to specific trainings. Also keep in mind that some of these trainings are available online. So you don't necessarily have to go in person to a training. You can do them at any time. You could do them from home. So to your point, if I've had a stressful day at work, I can go home and I can access a training on stress, or to help me learn how to manage my mindset, to help me reduce the anxiety that I might be having. So keep in mind that there are opportunities both in person and online as well to ensure that persons can not just get the in-person training and support, but on their own time, they might be able to access a training to assist them with stress or any other professional development topic that they want to focus on. As it relates to stress, I believe that you're right. We know that we are regardless of what the time might be that we're living in, we all deal with stress. And so we have been very targeted in our ensuring that people have opportunities to access trainings or wellness opportunities, whether in person or online, so that they can better handle the stress that they have. And our healthcare vendors also offer opportunities where they can access various resources to deal with stress as well. We want to make sure that people do have that work-life balance because it's important, and we want people to be healthy in the workplace.
So when you think about FY24 and the number of training sessions that your agency has completed, how many total number of DC employees have participated across the board, if you had to tabulate all of the different activities?
Yeah, so I can definitely follow up with you on some of the offerings that our CLD team has done. Also keep in mind with our wellness opportunities that they don't just happen at DCHR. So our wellness coordinators in agencies are providing opportunities right there in the respective agency. So those numbers we would not necessarily have access to. We can request that information. I'm sure that our chief wellness officer can get that information.
Yes, that would be very helpful. I think it's important for us to understand the extent of this particular service. Because your staff is a couple of hundred, am I correct?
Not a couple of hundred.
Well,
We don't
okay.
cross the 200 mark. We do not. So no, not a couple of hundred, but we have a
I was
very,
kind of pulling you into that.
I know. We have a very strong and effective team that knows how to get the work done with the numbers that we do have.
And what number do you have?
I believe we have around 150 persons.
Okay, I'm close. Okay.
Close, yes.
All right. Thank you for that. Given that I know people in DC are now focused on everything that we do, I think we all want to make it clear that our government has tremendous value
Yes.
to the community,
Yes.
so. If we could get that number, that would be great.
Will do.
That would help us a lot. You said you celebrate the contributions of your wellness coordinators across the district.
Mhm.
And you held your third annual luncheon. How is this event budgeted in your budget?
So we do receive wellness funds from our healthcare vendors. This is not something that is necessarily in our agency budget, but we do receive some wellness dollars.
So the
that we get
luncheon
to
is
give.
sponsored, in other words.
That's right.
Okay, so it's a sponsored event. Okay. And these vendors are lobbyists, just trying to understand,
No,
or,
not lobbyists, but our healthcare providers. So we have Care
Okay.
First, Aetna, we have Kaiser,
okay.
and then we have, I'm missing one.
Yeah,
United, thank you.
yes, okay. Those that have contractual arrangements with
That's
our government.
That's right.
That's what I thought. Okay. And you mentioned that you've had the employment opportunities, I guess portals have indicated more than 124,000 applicants. Am I correct? Okay. And so of that number, how many are DC residents of the applicants?
So that would be a number we'd have to try to pull to see if we could get that number to
Well, DC residents at the time that they
you
applied.
at the time they applied.
Yes.
Right. So we'd have to try to pull that number to see how many actually are DC residents. What I can say is that with our recent hiring, our residency is for DC residents is at about 44%.
Okay, that's good to know. Can you get me some real numbers on, when you say recent, what's the time frame and how many actual DC residents were hired? I'm concerned because you started your conversation by saying district agencies have been able to hire 496 employees, inclusive of 215 residents, meaning DC residents. So, and that's certainly far less than 50%. And, I certainly appreciate all that we're doing, but somehow it seems to me it behooves us to at least target 50% of new hires should be DC residents. And when I hear that we're not doing that, I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah, so I'd say two things. One, I'd say that it's not that we're not doing it. I think that it's that we must understand that the district government is an employer of choice, that there are persons who want to work here, not just from DC, but from Maryland and Virginia as well. The second thing that I would say is that in FY25, that we right now have a 58% hire rate for DC residents. And so we're definitely focused more on hiring DC residents, which is one of the reasons why it's not just the hiring fairs that we're doing, but it's also the community career conversations, to going to every ward. And in those wards, we know there are DC residents. We want to take to them the opportunities to prepare them for the hiring event so that you are more competitive when you show up. And so we want to make sure that that is very clear. In FY 25, 58%, in FY 24, 55%. So I think that we're on the upswing, and we continue to make sure that we focus on DC residents as a priority, and try to balance that with ensuring that we can have the best and brightest here in DC government.
So you're saying in FY 24, it was 44%?
55% for new hires.
55%.
Yes, that's correct.
You gave me a 44%.
Yep, that's the overall. That's for all employees. So for new hires specifically,
Okay,
it's 55% in FY 24, and then for FY 25, it's 58%.
okay,
for
so
new hires.
44% is what then?
That's overall, when you look
Employees.
at current and new.
All right,
Yes,
current and new.
that's correct.
Okay. All right. Of our 37,000 or 35, which is it? Is it 35, 37, 30,000? What is it?
It's about 38,000.
Oh, 38,000. Okay, then I have to ask. 38,000. Last year there was conversation about, I think 35,000 being perhaps too many employees. Then I heard 37,000. Now it's 38,000 bona fide employees. So we are growing. So let me ask you, does our government have space, physical space, program matter, service delivery objectives, policy implementation concerns that would allow us to grow even larger, in your opinion?
So I think that as it relates to growth, that it depends on the needs of the government. And the mayor most certainly would be the one to make that determination. So I'm not in any way going to get in front of the mayor in making that declaration. I can speak to where we are at the moment. And based on the current needs of our agencies, they've hired according to their needs, so that, to your point, they can provide the services needed for our residents and the visitors who come to the district.
All right, well, then I am really asking also about the props that support, growth, staff, placement. Do we have the physical space that could accommodate more employees?
So I think that would be determined by agency. I don't know that I could, DGS probably is the
All
one who
right.
could talk about our facilities.
Well, I know sometimes agencies and governments will say, okay, we've added more individuals, residents to the population, more businesses, and we need more staff in general. And so we probably need another 500 employees to keep things moving forward. So that's really kind of the question I'm asking.
Gotcha.
It's kind of exploratory, but it's really trying to think about the current budget conditions and at the same time, what is our need? And also thinking about in some offices, they have had the privilege recently to move into very lovely, spacious facilities, while in others they're sitting like I'm sitting here, and whatever I say on my phone, he's privileged to it. I was just wondering.
Yeah, so I can't speak to the proximity of sitting next to your colleagues. What I can speak to is one thing that you highlighted, which is the budget. So each director makes their decisions based on their budget and the budget they're provided and approved for. And they know basically the needs as it relates to personnel. And they balance that with the budget.
Okay.
And so I would not be able to provide insight on all agencies. I would only be able to speak to DCHR in that
Okay.
case.
So as DCHR, is there a protocol that we have in place that would stipulate airspace that a employee should anticipate if they work for us so that they have at least a moment of privacy?
So our policies would be more along the lines of ensuring that persons have a safe, healthy workspace. That
That's
there
what
are
I'm
no
talking about.
there are no bullying policies. But as it relates to space, that would be a DGS responsibility where they're
Okay.
tasked with ensuring that the setup of the environment is
Okay.
conducive to a person's ability to work.
So we don't have any mandate that stipulates a safe working environment. Also, it's includes having space for breathing, for not being on top of the other person. So we don't really have anything that stipulates that.
There is no policy that I'm aware of in
Okay.
DCHR that would
Okay.
stipulate that you need to be 5 inches or 5 feet away from someone
Okay,
in order
right.
to work.
I just want it on the record what we can and cannot do at this moment. Thank you very much for that. And now. Okay. Having a little trouble with my notebook here.
No
It
problem.
keeps
I
sticking
understand.
as I try to get to. And thank you very much for reviewing with us basically the 6 administrations within your office. Did you mention the Office of General Counsel as well?
I did. I definitely would not
Okay.
leave them out.
Okay,
Definitely.
all right. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure. So how do you track applicants through the process of the hiring process, since you have stopped using something called job science?
Yes, so we still have an applicant tracking system. We've also built a vacancy dashboard that all agencies under the mayor's personnel authority have been asked to utilize. And that helps us to track the vacancies and know which vacancies may have someone where there's a candidate identified. So now it's moving from a true vacancy to a vacancy that will ultimately be filled by someone. So we're able to track that movement through both the ATS and the vacancy dashboard as well.
Okay, so the vacancy dashboard, is that maintained by your office or is that the one that the mayor's office maintains?
So the vacancy dashboard is something that our office created, and we share it with all of the agencies under the mayor's personnel authority so that they regularly update that dashboard.
So the agencies update it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all have access
That's correct.
and okay. So how are hiring preference points tracked?
Hiring preference points are tracked during the process of identifying the candidate that you're ultimately going to interview and select. And so in order to receive these preference points, you have to identify that you are a DC resident or that you were in the foster care system. Those are things that the candidate actually has to select in order to receive those additional points.
Okay. If an individual resigns from their position in one agency and then is hired in another agency, does information, for instance, on their performance reviews um, is that automatically transferred to the new hiring agency? Or how does that work?
Yep, so it's not automatically transferred, but there is a process in place that the HR community understands a general suitability or a reference check needs to occur. So the receiving agency would reach out to the potentially losing agency to do a background check or a reference check, to inquire about the person's performance, if there are any flags, but also to receive any highlights or accolades that this employee has received, so that the receiving agency knows what they are getting as they prepare to extend an offer. So there is a process in place, but there's not an automatic transfer of the information.
I want to make sure that we have, well, when a situation occurs, like where we've had a few incidents in our government where individuals have left, come back into a government agency, and then had some legal action taken against them. Is there, in your opinion or through the work of your office, a need for there to be mandatory check of anyone who applies and says that they have worked in a position in the government where they have handled contracts or financial matters?
So I'll stay away from the legality of
Of course.
issues that a candidate may have. I'll speak in general terms about the process that should take
Yeah.
place for all candidates. Whether it's internal or external, the receiving HR staff should be, one, ensuring that they review the resume that has come in, and noting, and I would note that someone may not always include their previous government employment on the resume. And so we've got to understand that there could be some information that the HR person does not have. However, they should make sure that they're looking at the resume. If they see that this person has had previous district government experience, they need to do their due diligence to reach out to the former agency, speak with the HR staff there, where that staff will have some information as it relates to performance. And if there were any issues, they would be able to provide the receiving HR staff person with that information.
Thank you very much. I just want the public to know that we are doing what we can to be thorough. So thank you for that. You mentioned in the mayor's telepresser, as I'm calling it, of yesterday, which I thought was very well done, really and truly. You mentioned that you intend to host a hiring event exclusively for federal employees on the 14th of March. Have you heard from district residents? We have, so I want to know if you're hearing from them.
We did actually have a call during the teletown hall from a district resident who inquired about the fair. Yesterday's event was, as the mayor stated, really to ensure that we got in front of federal employees who have been impacted and terminated so that they would know the supports that are available to them through the district government. It is possible that you're a district resident and you're a federal employee. That does not prevent you from attending the fair. What we do want to do is make sure that we, due to limited space, sort of minimize the attendance so that we can be more focused. Keeping in mind that we do have quarterly events for our residents to ensure that there are constantly employment opportunities before them. So case in point, just in February, we had an event that was open to residents. We did have a good turnout. It ended up being a 2-day event because of the number of people who wanted to attend. And so while next week's fair may be more limited in scope to federal government employees, we are not going to stop providing opportunities to our residents because, as I stated and you stated, it is a priority for us to ensure that we provide access to employment in district government for our residents.
All right, and will this hiring event on the 14th be held at the Martin Luther King Library?
No, ma'am. So it'll be hosted by Gallaudet at the Kellogg Conference Center. It will take place from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and there will be 2 time slots available. So you can register for 10 a.m. to 12 noon and then from 12:30 to 2 p.m. The registration can be found on the fedsupport.dc.gov website, and we have agencies and private employers ready and willing to review people's resumes, interview them, and hopefully extend contingent offers as well.
All right. The event you were just referencing where you had a 2-day event, how many applicants did you have that were from DC?
That is a good question that I don't have the numbers for at the moment.
Okay.
I do know that we, at that day, extended about 91 offers of the 91, almost 40 of the persons who received offers were DC residents. However, that number is increasing. And so I'd have to get you an updated number at a different time.
I would really appreciate getting the statistics on that particular activity. Just trying to see if we're really getting up there
Yes.
and in outcomes. For hard to fill positions, you indicated in your responses to us, to our office, that your agency both highlights these on the job posting website, careers.dc.gov, and also you post them on LinkedIn. Do you include this information in your hiring and about hiring incentives for filling these hard to fill positions? Or how do you tell an individual that these are hard to fill, so therefore here are some incentives to, in other words, pique their interest so that they may apply?
So we typically do not do that. Part of the reason is we want to make sure that we are not providing information that the budget of the agency can't withstand. And so typically we don't even identify that it's a hard to fill position, but the agency will know if it's a hard to fill position, and they may request, once they've selected someone, they may request that the person receive an incentive as a result of it being a hard to fill position.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that hard to fill positions certainly exist. We recruit for these positions, but then it's up to the managers in the agencies to determine whether or not they want to offer an incentive package to an applicant.
Yes. Again, one, budgetarily, can the agency afford it? If they can't, then they're not going to be able to offer it. I'd also say that the incentives that are offered are very limited. So it's not very often that we see these come through. And I think that there is some, I want to use the right word. I think we have to be careful about what an agency might deem hard to fill versus what might actually be hard to fill. Just because you've not been able to fill the position in 6 months doesn't mean it's hard to fill. You just may not have done the due diligence or have the right candidates or make the decision to select someone that you've interviewed. And then we know that there are truly some hard to fill positions. We know that across the country, positions in public safety are challenging to fill. Those are hard to fill positions, whether it be a correctional officer or a police officer. We know that those are challenging. Nurses, in some cases, are hard to fill. Some other positions are not necessarily hard to fill, and an agency may say that it's hard to fill because they've had challenges in filling it, but that doesn't mean that it is. And so we're very cautious about what we deem hard to fill and the incentives that are provided.
And I hear you and I agree with all of what you're saying. My question though is, where is the element of fairness? If we are advertising for nurses They're hard to fill positions. All the applicants should know that if you're lucky to be selected, these are the incentives that we also are tagged for this job. Don't you think we should be dealing with fairness? Very concerned to understand that it's in the eye of the beholder as to how we determine who gets a special reward and who does not.
Yeah. So
When we're dealing with taxpayers' dollars across the board.
yeah,
It's
I wouldn't say
just-
it's in the eye of the beholder. I would say it's based on the designation that's applied to specific jobs.
I
So
hear
again,
you.
in the eye of the beholder, you might say that an executive assistant is a hard to fill position, but at DCHR, we would not agree. And so giving that person a hard to fill incentive is not something that we would say, yes, move forward with this.
So you're letting me
There is
know
a
that you
process.
have to,
Yes.
there's a process, but the process includes your department determining whether or not the application, whether or not the job is in fact a hard to fill position.
Yes, we
You
work with
have a
agencies to
criteria for
ensure,
determining that.
yes, we work with agencies to
All
ensure
right.
they're aware of what's hard to fill and what's not.
All right, and then once a manager has decided on a candidate, the incentives flow based on another criteria, a criteria that would say that, well, it's a criteria that's used across the board so that we understand that there's no partiality in dispersing incentives.
That's correct.
Okay, I
Yes.
just want to make sure. How many reasonable accommodation requests were received in FY '24?
So you're asking about ADA accommodations?
Yes.
And that is not processed through us. So that's not something that I would be able to give to you.
Okay.
If you're interested in that information, the Office of Disability Rights would be.
All right. So if a person is applying and they have a disability, you're not the granting. Okay,
No.
got it. No, you're not the granting office for that. Thank you. You also indicated to us in your responses for FY '24 that there were 35 desk audits initiated, but only 24 were completed. Is there some reason why they all were not completed, or well, how do you can I just call you and say, I'd like to have a desk audit and then it happens, or what's the process?
Got it. Excellent question. So no, you cannot just call us and ask for a desk audit. There is a process and documentation that needs to be filled out. And so you would fill out the form and it could be your supervisor as well, not just you. Your supervisor could do that. Once you fill out that form, there's a process that takes place. So there's going to be a review of your position description. There's also going to be an interview of you and your supervisor to discuss your job responsibilities. As we've talked about, sometimes persons may believe that they should be designated or classified as something else based upon certifications that they have or degrees that they have, but it's all based on your position description. We're going to review your job responsibilities, and HR specialist is then, once they have that information from the interviews, they're going to review to see if there are any gaps between what was captured in the interview and what's placed on your job description or your position description. And then they're going to follow up and provide an outcome at that time. Just so that you'll know, as it relates to your question about those who were not completed, there are times that an employee will submit a desk audit and then decide not to move forward with it.
And is that the case with, okay, the balance of these? Thank you very much.
Sure.
What is the average amount of time it takes for you to process a paid family leave request for DC employees? We've heard today, some indication that it's unduly long period of
Mhm.
time, not 90 days as I guess the law may require.
So, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Are we talking about FMLA? Are we talking about PF? What are we talking about specifically?
Well, my question is about paid family leave, but
Okay.
you can talk to us about both because they're in similar category. Because the conversation we heard today dealt with both types of leave.
Got it. So there is a legal requirement as it relates to FMLA and the processing time. Generally, you want to get it done between 5 to 7 days. One of the things you want to keep in mind as it relates to both FMLA and PFL is that it's a multi-pronged process. So it starts with the employee providing the medical certification that is sent to the agency. All right, so the employee goes to their medical provider, gets the certification, and then they want to submit that to their agency PFL coordinator. If that employee has the correct information, then it moves forward. It can be, it'll be reviewed, it will be submitted. All of this takes place in PeopleSoft, and then it is sent over to DCHR for a final review. Delays often happen because the medical certification that is submitted to the agency is not correct, or it makes it to the agency and then it makes it to us and it's not correct or it's not complete, which will delay the process. So it's hard to say what the exact turnaround time is because it is both dependent on the employee submitting the information, the agency coordinator reviewing and then submitting the information to DCHR. So it is very hard to nail that time down.
So you're letting us know that if you receive it, once it gets to your shop, then it speeds through. I think you said 7 to 10 days or something.
So the federal law for FMLA, but for PFL and for FMLA, delays are often related to incomplete forms. And to keep in mind that there's a tiered process to the final approval. So employee getting the information in a timely fashion, the agency coordinator looking at it, doing their review. If it's incomplete or incorrect, it gets sent back. So that's going to be a delay there. It's not even at DCHR yet at that point. Then the employee revises the documentation or completes it, gets it back to their agency coordinator. The agency coordinator reviews it again to make sure that it's correct. If it's not, they send it back. And then once it's complete and finalized, it comes to DCHR for a final review.
All right. Well, earlier today, it was pointed out that there's a long drawn out time frame for the approval, but you're indicating it's not at DCHR. The drawn out time frame must be with the agency because once you get it, you move it through the system.
So I'm not implicating anyone. What I am
Okay.
saying, however, is that there is a process that needs to be fully conveyed, that oftentimes someone will say it's with DCHR when it's still with their agency. And so it's important for the employee and the agency to make sure that that communication is still ongoing until the final approval comes through. Because even though you may think it's with DCHR, it may still be with your agency, or potentially they've sent it back to you and you didn't know that it was sent back from the agency and it still needs information that needs to be completed before it can be fully processed.
Thank you very much for that. You know, during this time frame in our government, I would imagine that we will see an escalation in the number of paid family leave requests, I would imagine. And if that is so, then my question really becomes, how can we work with the agency coordinators? Can you commit to having a chat with them online where they understand the approval process is critical, but it's in their hands.
Mhm.
And you cannot function until you get it from them. So they need to make sure that all of the paperwork is there.
Yes, we can, and we do. So there are regular trainings that our employee relations team does with the coordinators to really hammer
For this particular task.
for this particular
Okay.
skill. And so whether it's a brown bag training or it's a virtual training, they are consistently providing a resource to coordinators for them to understand why
right.
it's imperative for this to get done in a timely fashion.
So through your training, what have you found to be the bottleneck? Is it that it's the wrong players at the table who are not focused on this because this is just an additional task? Or is it something else?
I think it's hard to say. I think it could be anything from the person didn't grasp the information and they're still stuck on how to proceed. It could be that there's a gap. Maybe the person is no longer there, and so they're trying to hire or find a new coordinator. I think that there are too many potential factors that we could pinpoint to sort of nail it down to one or two things.
All right, and so then, Director Hall, in which division of your agency does this information come in? I think you mentioned it in your,
I did. It
Over.
is part of the general counsel division.
okay.
Administration.
So then, all right, so then it's in the general counsel,
Mhm.
okay, office, and so, and the general counsel has adequate number of employees to get the work done, correct?
We have the number of employees that our budget permits us to have.
Okay. I know what that answer means. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. All right. Okay. So you're sharing with us that for this particular role, important role, it's, you recognize that there may be problems in timing, but you haven't really pinpointed what's the bottleneck in this process.
I think that it's hard for us to say because it varies in each agency. And the capacity of the coordinators is not all the same across the board. So for one agency, it could be one thing. For another agency, they could have no bottlenecks at all. Keeping in mind that all agencies vary in size as well. So there are a lot of factors that I think that we'd have to look into to understand if there is one or two reasons that are the result of the bottleneck as it relates to
All right.
process.
And so would your Office of General Counsel have the authority to converse with the agency and let them know that it's not working? You may need to bring in a new staff in this coordination position, as an example.
I don't think that we'd have the authority to tell them to do new staff. What we do have the authority to do, and I applaud the team in doing, is making sure they're consistently in front of persons who have this responsibility and providing them with multiple avenues for training. That's the one thing we do have the ability to do, and it's something that the team consistently does. And when they see that there's a problem, they do what they can to sort of assist with the problem. So I'll give you a case in point. We knew that there was a challenge at OUC as it relates to processing. And so we actually, I don't want to use the word detailed, but we provided some persons for a couple of weeks to help them with the backlog in processing. In addition to that, we also made sure that while we were there supporting them with eradicating the backlog, that we provided training and made sure that they had the proper written resources to ensure that when our persons left, that there wasn't going to be the creation of a backlog again due to a capacity issue. And so those are the types of things that the team goes above and beyond to do. Again, I applaud them for doing it. And those coordinators who have this position always have the opportunity to attend these trainings and to ensure that they're getting as much support as they need to fulfill their responsibility.
And I certainly appreciate that, but it may be in some agencies, all of what you have mentioned isn't working. So at some point we have to pull the plug if we're going to be efficient and effective in the agency. So that's what I'm, maybe what I should ask then is, can I get a list of agencies where the timeline exceeds, 60 days for, getting through the process? From the time that they indicate we have paperwork coming, but takes more than 60 days for you to get through the process. Maybe that's, will help us to move along on this matter.
I will see what I can do for that and get you that information if we have it. I'd also say that when we see that if it's to a 60-day point or anything that's this long, again, our employee relations team, our general counsel are good with ensuring that they leverage relationships. So they're going to reach out to persons and start asking questions and find out what can we do to support them. Additionally, it may be flagged to me where I can reach out to a director to say, hey, here's an issue we're seeing. What is it that you need to ensure that we can course correct here so that employees receive what they have a right to? So again, I want to emphasize and applaud the employee relations team for what they do in this area, because it is something that they have been very intentional and strategic about as it relates to providing support.
Okay, and I hear you. And when we talk about necessary leave, that's the way I look at family, maternity leave, and certainly look at the paid family leave. If it's an urgent situation, as it usually is, even waiting 30 days is a long time. 60 should be outside of the margin, but we heard today that it can be as long as 90 days. So I'm trying to, play within the middle of this. We have a similar kind of issue with correcting a pay problem for an employee. I mean, these are now more than ever, these are critical issues that face households of our employers. So I want to know what's going on with that. What steps are involved in correcting a pay problem for an employee?
So two things. I think one, I would need to know a little bit more specifics as it relates to the pay problem itself. And I don't know that that's something we
Okay,
should.
I have 3 examples that were given earlier.
Okay.
Missing pay, retro pay, and the health benefits are erroneous or in error, miscalculated. So those are the 3 examples that were given to us earlier.
Okay. So missing pay or retro pay, keep in mind pay actions start in the agency and not at DCHR. One of the reasons why I asked about or stated that I would need more information is the details are important to know what's an agency issue or what, if there is a part that DCHR plays, if it's a DCHR issue, or if it's a payroll issue, because DCHR does not do payroll.
Right.
So the specifics and the details are very important here, because if they're missing pay or if it's retro pay, then what actions were taken or missed at the agency? Was there a role that DCHR would have to play in this? And if not, then OPRS would be the ones who would be able to respond to these matters. So I just, without the details, it's hard to say DCHR plays a part in the issues that you're
Okay.
lifting.
All right, health benefits, is that also same
Health benefits
OPR?
is us, but I think that I would also need to know like what the specifics are on that.
Okay.
And I would be hesitant about discussing them in a public forum because they're very specific to individuals.
And I do understand that. So is there one of your training programs that you extend throughout the government, occasionally touching on these types of issues to remind whomever are the payroll staff in each agency that, you know, these issues, they have to make sure that there's accuracy or whatever the remedies are. Do you,
Because we
do
do
you
not
do that?
oversee payroll, like we don't manage payroll at all. That's an OPRS function. That would not be a training that we would sponsor.
I see.
It could be something that if they asked us to upload it to Precipio
Okay.
and make it available, that could be something that we could do, but it's not something that we would train
All
on
right.
ourselves.
So we will go to OPR in the CFO's office.
That's correct.
Okay. Payroll,
Yes, ma'am.
where my mother used to work. Okay, got it. Okay. What about the timeline that it takes to process retirements? Are you involved in that at all?
We are.
Okay.
We are. What specifically are you, would you like to know as it relates to
Would like to
retirements?
know, in FY 24,
Mhm.
how many retirees did we have from DC government? And what was the time frame that it took from the application approval to the first payout? Are you, after you've approved it and it's moved through the system, are you then notified that a check has moved through the system to the payee?
So, a couple of things.
Okay.
I think when we're talking about retirement, we want to sort of set a level of expectation here. So what we've done is we've asked employees, if they intend to retire, to contact us at least 90 days before they wish to retire.
90 days, not
That's right.
60.
That's correct. It is
90 days. Okay.
That gives us the time to ensure that the retirement can be processed in a timely fashion, keeping in mind that there may be factors beyond our control that we'll need to work with the individual on, such as acquiring certain documentation, retirement corrections, those sorts of things. In addition, what we've done is we've actually added a Retirement 101 course so that persons can attend that course on a monthly basis and get information related to retirement so that they can begin to plan. What we're trying to get persons to do, because we recognize that when someone has worked and they're ready to retire, they don't want any delays. We
Right.
recognize that. And so having a sensitivity to that, we've ensured there's both a system in place, there's a set of expectations in place so that persons can come and be informed, educated, ask questions, and prepare so that should there be any snags in the process, they're not only informed about it, but we can work on those before they get to that date where they wish to retire.
So how does the employee reach your office with the information that they want to retire? Do they talk to their payroll personnel in their agency? Or do they reach out to you directly, you being your agency?
Yes, ma'am. Excellent question. So they'd reach out to us directly. There are retirement specialists on the benefits and retirement team that are readily available to assist them. They can call, they can email, they can send a ticket. And I can say, similar to the employee relations team, that our retirement team is on the ball and very personable, very informed, and prepared to assist persons when they're ready to retire.
All right. Did I already ask you for the number of retirees that we had in 24?
You did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then if you could add to that, those that have retired in the first quarter of 25, the numbers, yes. And it'd be great if you could tell us the agencies or type of agency, whether it's law enforcement or public safety, or whether it's health and human services. Yeah.
Got it.
I'm still a little stuck on this desk audits system.
Okay.
You indicated that over the past 3 years, there have been only 5 final determination requests regarding desk audits where employees have filed an appeal. What's going on? Are we at a point in our government, 50 years old, some agencies far younger than that, a few that are older? Is it time for us to look more thoroughly at the various roles that are played or in each of the agencies of our government? And would a desk audit be a way to do it?
So agencies can regularly look at their position descriptions if there's a change in the responsibilities of that position, and they can update those. We'll work with them to update them. I think that one of the things that we see as it relates to desk audits is that oftentimes, or not oftentimes, sometimes it could be an employee's not fully understanding that what's in your position description is how you have been provided a classification, and then that impacts your salary. Sometimes persons believe that if there is a task that's assigned to them that they don't necessarily see as applicable to their position description, then they wonder if there's a call or need for a desk audit. They can definitely request one. And when they do, we're going to look to see, does this task fall within the scope of the work that you do? If it does, then there's not a change that needs to occur because it falls within your scope of work. If there's a gap, if there's something that needs to be updated or fixed, then we would, of course, look to see if if the position needs to be reclassified or if there's any changes that need to occur.
Today, I'm not going to go through the number of concerns that we have heard from employees
Okay.
as it relates to what they consider faulty classification of the role that they play in their offices. But I want you to know it is deep. It is very deep. And perhaps we can have a discussion about it, but it's very deep. And while I applaud all the socialization kinds of activities that you're doing, I think it doesn't take us to those that are putting forth an effort and producing on a regular basis. I really have to put that on the record.
Got it. Again, it is the right of the employee and their supervisor to request a desk audit. And it is also part of the process that the interview takes place with the supervisor and the employee. So if I think that I'm supposed to be classified in a different way because I believe that I'm working on something different or I have more experience or any of those things, it needs to come out in the investigation. Our classifiers will then review the information that's been provided and will make a determination. I do think that we've got to be cautious and educate persons on knowing the difference between what your position actually entails and what's in the scope of your work. So that just because you believe that you should not be doing this requires a reclassification of your position.
I appreciate that, but we heard a little bit today about workplace bullying. And that leads us to certainly retaliation. So I'm just wondering, are we saying to our employees that you need to become a whistleblower in order to get attention from our government, that there may be something amiss in an agency or the division in which they work? I mean, it's deep.
Is that in relation to the desk audit, or is that something
It's,
separate?
yeah, indirectly, it's talking about how a person feels their classification is and what they're doing. And abuse, neglect, that socialization programming that your shop does can't scratch the surface on.
Yeah, so I'd say there are two separate and distinct issues. So let's take the first one, which would deal with the desk audit. Let's say I have um, a, a medical doctorate and I'm working in a administrative position. And because of my status as a certified physician, I believe that I should be classified in a different way because of the degree that I have. My classification is not based on what I've earned over time. That is not applicable to my position. If I'm in an administrative position, then the way that I'm going to be classified is based on the scope of my responsibility. And if I have a concern that I'm not being paid as a physician, I can still file a desk audit. I can still have that interview take place. My supervisor is still going to be interviewed about my work. And at the end of the day, we're going to assess the outcome based upon the scope and the role, the scope of responsibilities and the role that you've not only applied for, been hired for, and operate in, but those are the ways that we're going to say you're correctly or incorrectly classified, not based on my degree that has nothing to do with my job. The second one, as it relates to bullying or retaliation, as you know, the district has policies for both of them. And the mayor, as well as the government, in no way supports or tolerates bullying or retaliation in any way. If someone is concerned about being bullied, or they feel like they have had some retaliation, there are already in place processes where they can report that. And that can be separate and distinct from their supervisor. But in no way does the government tolerate bullying or retaliation in any way.
All right, I thank you for that. You have stated that the inaugural cohort of the Public Service Apprenticeship Program started June 2024 with 22 participants. When will this first group complete the program?
So the first group completes this program this summer.
2025.
Yes.
And what happens to them? We
Uh,
graduate them and they move on out of the system?
Excellent question. We retain them.
Oh, we retain
them.
I see.
So they will continue to be employed here in the district government.
Okay. And of the 22, how many were DC residents at the time that they?
Excellent question. So part of the requirement to be in the program
Mhm.
requires you to be a DC resident. So all
Okay.
22 have understood that if they're going to be a part of this program, they must either currently be a resident or have moved to the resident. We have ensured that all persons are DC residents.
Or have moved to the residence. So I can be in Nebraska and apply, and if I get accepted, I move to DC. So therefore I'm one of the 22.
So you were previously attending school here in DC?
I would have had
That's
to
correct.
attend school here in DC.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's the kind of question we get a lot of.
I understand.
Okay. This is a quick follow-up on the paid family leave processing. Are there any case scenarios where an employee's time is restored after their paid family leave request is granted?
Can you be a little bit more specific for me?
It's a question that we received from a couple of employees about having been employed and they had to take paid family leave, and then they came back in and they wanted to have their full salary restored. That is not, when you're on paid family leave, your salary is a percentage. The payout that you get is a percentage of your salary, correct? No, it's not.
They're out on paid family leave and
Mhm.
something impacts their
I
salary.
thought paid family leave was a leave as opposed to an impact on your salary. I thought when you were on paid family leave, you
Mhm.
still get your salary.
Mhm.
You're just taking the time away from the office. Maybe that's a better way of explaining it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I do think that we should maybe discuss that one a little bit more in detail offline, but when you're on paid family leave, there's no impact to your salary, so I'm not sure.
Okay, and is there any impact to your leave?
Well, if you have leave and you're utilizing leave, then there would be an impact to your leave.
But only if you're using your annual leave or your sick leave
That's right.
okay, in conjunction with the paid family leave. Just one sec.
Mhm.
Well, we want to thank you very much for being with us today and discussing these matters, and we look forward to getting some of the follow-up answers
Mhm.
and further discussion, particularly in April, when we'll talk about your budget. And I remember that the Office of General Counsel is adequately secure at this time. And I want you to know there was no request or anything. I'm just, using it as a bully whip here. That's all.
I appreciate it, and hopefully they will be fully intact as we go through the budgets.
All right. Thank you very much, Director Hall, for your presentations today. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing. Oh, I'm very sorry. I think we have one of our public witnesses, Mr. Del Dante. We will take your testimony if you are still able to hear us. Oh, you are. All right. Okay, we'll take your testimony and we'll ask Director Hall to just hold on a minute in the event some of what you want to share with us is related to his programs.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association and its DC Safe Streets Coalition. Over the past few years, several, especially during COVID, DC has pushed the installation of bike lanes in what amounts to a radical transformation of traffic patterns, removing traffic lanes, adding bike lanes, causing congestion, creating confusion, and increasing hazards. One population most at risk in this exercise are seniors, but the city administrator and age-friendly DC, who are charged with addressing senior issues, has stood by and done nothing. As our coalition visits neighborhoods throughout the city, seniors are raising their voice in protest. Seniors complain bitterly that bikers are reckless. They ride with impunity wherever they want, on the sidewalk, in the street, in the bike lanes. Bikers appear suddenly, silently, surprising seniors trying to walk on the sidewalk or across the street. Seniors need their cars. And under the arrangement for protected bike lanes, which has seized the curb, there is a difficulty in finding a place to park. They have to go to the grocery store. They have to go to their doctor appointments. And it is difficult for them to get out of their cars in oncoming traffic when the parking space is outside of the bike lane. And when they get out of their car, they have to cross a bike lane to get to the curb. So getting access to the curb is getting to be an issue. And if they don't have their own car, they will be using Uber or Metro Access, perhaps. And Metro Access and the Uber can't get to the curb. So there's a problem here that's being overlooked by the agencies that are responsible for looking out for the interests of the seniors. Ironically, the dangerous traffic transformation is supposed to make us safer, but confusion is not a safety measure. The Washington Post has reported that fatalities have not gone down in the last 3 years. WTOP News has reported the same thing. On Christmas Eve, a motorist driving through the intersection at C Street and 16th Street Northeast ran over a pedestrian on the sidewalk, and the pedestrian died as a result. This intersection was recently redesigned by DDOT at great expense and with great care, and it is not any safer. If you go and visit the site, you can see that it is bizarre. The traffic lane was removed. The traffic lane was narrowed, and it's only a few blocks away from the DC Stadium, where traffic is usually goes at a higher speed, and they come off of that circle and try to get onto C Street, where it's a trap. And DDOT pats themselves on the back, saying they're trying to make things safer by slowing down the traffic. The peculiar road designs that DC is installing throughout the city are not slowing down the traffic, and are making things more dangerous. And one of the telltale signs at C Street and 16th Street and throughout the city is that the curbs have tire marks on them. That didn't used to be the case. You don't see drivers running over the curb on every block, but where they have redesigned the streets, you do see it. So they're making things more dangerous. At a public meeting to announce a plan to remove traffic lanes from Georgia Avenue, I raised the question, isn't that going to cause congestion? And the project leader said to me without hesitation, yes, it is designed to cause congestion and to make driving frustrating, and so that people will reach their own conclusion that maybe they ought to use public transit. The problem with that is we don't have a good public transit system. People wait endlessly for a bus. They don't know when it's going to come. It doesn't come on time. It doesn't go to the right spot. It doesn't take them where they want to go. It doesn't pick them up where they want to be picked up. The city administrator in age-friendly DC should be asking the question, are the new traffic patterns the cause for the problem in DC traffic? DC Safe Streets Coalition has as its goal a pause in bike lane installation, town halls to engage the community better. We're added recently bike regulations. Riding a bike in the city is the only mode of transit that is unregulated, and they're reckless. They need to be held accountable. We need regulations to say that they need to be registered and they need licenses, they need insurance, and they need to be certified that they can drive in traffic in DC, just like the car. But we're adding that in addition to that, that there ought to be a good public transit system as an option for people to get around the city. So we urge the council to remind the city administrator and age-friendly DC of its responsibility to seniors and address these issues caused by road design and bike installation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We actually spoke a little earlier.
I heard some of
ab-
that. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, about some of the points that you're making, and the emphasis was put on how seniors are very concerned about the road designs, and particularly focus on, the bike lanes and how the bike lanes present a hazard for accessing the curbs. And so thank you very much for that. I'm hoping that we're going to get some action now that Vision Zero is in the city administrator's area of expertise. So thank you very much, and we will keep you informed. We will actually send an inquiry and to our public witnesses that have spoken about Vision Zero. We will make sure that we share with you any responses we get.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have Ms. Wilcox, you are on, I see.
No, I already testified unless you had a question for me.
Okay, no, we do not have a question for you. We understand where you were asking about a couple of chapters of the code, if I'm not mistaken. We don't have that code here. We did not
Yeah,
notify
and
the
also
director.
the desk audit's also what Mr. Hall spoke about, because I recently had a desk audit, and the thing exactly what you said is what happened during my desk audit. I mean, it doesn't match up, and I would love the opportunity to sit down with you, because my desk audit was recorded. And so to hear the person that did the desk audit say one thing and then my supervisor say something differently, it's like there's a bias process going on, unfortunately. And it does become retaliative in a sense. So I would love to provide that information and to show what the classifier's handbook actually says about classifying the positions versus what my position classification actually looks like. It's totally not in line, and for them to uphold it, it was just unbelievable. But that's all that I had. But I would like the opportunity to provide you with that information, or even Mr. Hall, to provide him with the information. I have provided it to his office before, but it was just tossed to the side. And it's there in black and white. So that's all that
All
I have.
right. Well, Ms. Wilcox, we look forward to meeting with you and seeing if we can't get this all straight. We want a happy body of employees. That's our goal, sincerely. And I think you can tell from Mr. Hall's testimony today, that too is his aim. That's the aim of our government. So we want you to be happy, and we want to treat you fairly, and we want you to know that. And we want to make sure that we're accurate in what we do. So we thank you very, very much for that.
And I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Surely. And so we are now at the end of our hearing, and believe it or not, the hearing record will close in 10 business days from today, on the 20th of March, 2025 at 5 p.m. So if the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, and that is the Office of the City Administrator and the Department of Human Resources of the district government, please email it to ceal@dccouncil.gov. That's CEAL@dccouncil, one word, .gov. This is the committee's last performance oversight hearing. Our next meeting will be a joint roundtable with the Committee on Health regarding the shortage of long-term care providers in the district. That hearing will be on Wednesday, the 26th of March at 1 p.m. After that, we will begin the budget oversight hearings in the month of April. So this concludes today's hearing. With that, I want to thank my team. Thank you so very much. And I also want to thank the government employees who joined Mr. Director Hall and his team today, and all that have listened with us today to this important testimony. Again, the time is now 4:01 p.m. on the 6th of March, 2025. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. And thank you all again.